Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these National Assembly proceedings this afternoon. Currently on your screens, that is the National Assembly chambers, that is inside the National Assembly chambers. Members have already started streaming in to get ready for the business that is lined up for transaction this afternoon. And some of the priority business that they will be considering. There are 3 bills lined up for first reading at the National Assembly. Just take a brief look at the objectives of these bills. The Plant Protection Bill, originating from the National Assembly and sponsored by the leader of the majority party, is coming up for first reading. A bill that seeks to provide a regulatory and institutional framework for the prevention of introduction, establishment and spread of plant pests, management of plant pests, and facilitate safe trade in plants, plant products, and other regulated articles. The Capital Markets Amendment Bill, also originating from the National Assembly and also sponsored by the leader of the majority party or government-sponsored bill, is also coming up for first reading and seeks to amend Section 29 of the Capital Market Act, Cap 485A, for the purposes of refining the provisions relating to shareholding limits within different license categories. And the amendments will be seeking to enhance ease of doing business by removing shareholding limits to attract more investments in regulated institutions. Without such limits, larger investors may be more willing to invest significant capital, leading to increased liquidity and expansion opportunities for the institution. So this is also a bill that is coming up for first reading before it heads to public participation. And then there will also be reading. There will also be the reading for the first time of the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, a bill originating from the Senate and co-sponsored by the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. This is a bill that seeks to authorize the issuance of a sum of money out of the Equalization Fund and its application towards the service for the year ending 30th June 2026. The sum of money equals to 16.8 billion shillings. And these are monies that will be shared among various constituencies in 34 counties for purposes of improving basic services such as water, roads, electricity, as well as health facilities. So these 3 bills are coming up for first reading, and then they will be proceeding into the next stage. Being a Wednesday afternoon, the National Assembly is expecting to host the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Julius Ogamba, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42A6B. The Cabinet Secretary will be responding to various questions that were forwarded to him prior his appearance this afternoon. However, we can see the Speaker has already made his way into the chamber, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, to preside over this afternoon sitting. So allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, takusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshe baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the House cannot commence owing to a quorum hitch. So currently the quorum bell will be on for at least 10 minutes as provided for in the House standing orders. Of course, to give room for the members who are perhaps running late to get to the chambers to at least hasten their steps and be able to join their colleagues inside the chambers. Of course, to enable the House to raise or achieve that much needed quorum for it to be able to commence the sitting this afternoon. And as we wait for that quorum to be attained, we shall continue to take a look at the priority business that the members, once the House commences, will be taking into consideration this afternoon. Earlier on, I had indicated that the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Julius Ogamba, is expected or is scheduled to appear before the National Assembly this afternoon to respond to various concerns that were forwarded to the ministry, matters either of county, inter-county, national, regional, or even international concern regarding the ministry. In this afternoon, some of the concerns or questions that he will be responding to regard the funds that have been allocated by the ministry to public, primary, and secondary schools for co-curricular activities, specifically for participation in the National Ball Games and the Kenya Music Festival. The Cabinet Secretary will be required to state how much money is retained by the ministry from the capitation funds allocated for students for co-curricular activities and explain why schools are fundraising for these co-curricular activities, yet there are to receive capitation. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, is also this afternoon scheduled to appear before the National Assembly to respond also to various concerns. One of the questions that he will be responding to regards the state of security in the country, including steps being taken by the ministry to avert death and destruction of property during demonstrations. Also, the CS will be required to outline actions being taken to forestall the destruction of property and death during demonstrations, and also indicate the government, or rather when, all right, the quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over to the live proceedings.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, August 6th, 2025, in this afternoon sitting. Just the report of the Auditor General and financial statements on Eldamaravine Technical and Vocational College for the year ended 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Tongoyo. Osoro, where is your chair?
Honorable Speaker, I haven't spoken to him.
Here he appears from the wrong direction. Go ahead, Tongoyo.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 6th August 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on its consideration of 1. The assumption of office of the President and the transition of Executive Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2025. And 2. Training and experimental learning visit together with the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to the Independent Policing Investigation Directorate in South Africa from the 25th May to the 1st June 2025. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Atandi, where's Atandi? Chairperson, NGCDF.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 6th of August 2025. Reports of the Committee of the National Government Constituency Development Fund on 1. The nominees for the National Government Constituency Development Fund committees for 5 constituencies. 2. The proposed budget ceiling for constituencies for the financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Chair Budget. Where is Chair Budget, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 6 August 2025. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Before we go to the next order, Clerk, allow me to acknowledge honorable members in the Speaker's Gallery. Good Testimony School from Embakasi East, Nairobi. St. Claret School from Kisauni, Mombasa. AHP Workshop Primary School from Belgut, Kericho. In the public gallery, Kapchorwa Comprehensive School from Kipkelion West, Kericho. Mother Kelvin's School from Nakuru West, Nakuru. St. John's Kaptomut School from Marakwet West, Elgeyo Marakwet. Kambinyasi Primary School from Baringo North, Baringo. And Turbay Primary School from Baringo North, Baringo. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Musa Sirma, Chair NGCDF.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Committee of the National Government Constituency Development Fund laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 6th of August, 2025, pursuant to provision of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraph 5(2) and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations, 2016, approves that the list of nominees for appointment to the following 5 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund is 1. Isiolo South Constituency, 2. Lungalunga Constituency, 3. Kuria West Constituency, 4. Homa Bay Constituency, and 5. Kitui South Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I beg to to give notice, yes. And then the second one? I have two. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Constituency Development, National Government Constituency Development Fund on its consideration of the proposed budget ceilings for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 6 August 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Section 6(1) and 34 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, Cap 414, approves the proposed budget ceilings for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the financial year 2025-2026 contained in the schedule to the report. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give that notice.
Thank you, Musa. Next, Osoro. Yes? What is your point of order, Janet?
Mr. Speaker,
Osoro, take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, it is worthy to take note, in line with what the chairman of the CDF committee has said, that all the money that was due for the CDF was disbursed by 30th of June 2025. You need to share with members here, because we are our enemies. We are the people who create fuss. When we speak here, we don't know we are speaking to the public. We say, oh, money has delayed, this has happened. That's what makes people hate CDF. But tell members that all the monies have been paid. There is no arrears.
Musa Sirma.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to confirm to the minority leader, who is the member
And to the House.
And the House.
And the country.
And the country, that all the money which was due for disbursement in the last financial year by 30th of June have all been released to the board and disbursed. Some have been disbursed of projects which have been approved by the board to the various constituencies, and money is in your accounts. So you need to conform to certain regulations in terms of e-procurement, so that you can be able to use that money. So that is the only part, and I'm sure those of you.
You've said so many words. So what you are saying is the national government has discharged its honors in disbursing all CDF funds.
In short.
The rest is administrative.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, so any member who has any issue with your CDF, you flog Musa Sirma and you flog the board. Go on, Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that notwithstanding the resolution of the House of 13th February 2025 and the 27th May 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 28, 4 of the calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to further alter its calendar so as to, 1, hold sittings on Tuesday, 19th August 2025, commencing at 10 a.m. in the case of a morning sitting, and 2:30 p.m. in the case of the afternoon sitting. 2, commence its long recess on Wednesday, 20th August 2025. And finally, Honorable Speaker, resume its regular sittings for the third part of the fourth session on Tuesday, 16th September 2025, as per the published calendar of the House. I beg to give notice. Thank you.
Thank you, and be on hand to move this motion tomorrow afternoon. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation. Where is Chepkonga? Gishimu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to give a statement on status of statutory instruments before the Committee on Delegated Registration pursuant to Standing Order 44.2D and Standing Order 210.5A. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 44.2D and Standing Order 210.5A to report to the House the list of the statutory instruments approved under paragraph 4A. The Committee on Delegated Legislation is constituted under Standing Order 210 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, and it is mandated to consider and scrutinize statutory instruments submitted to Parliament to ensure conformity with the Constitution, the Statutory Instruments Act Cap 2A, the Act of which it is made, and other relevant written laws. I therefore wish to inform the House on the regulations that the committee has considered and approved pursuant to Standing Order 210.4A of the National Assembly Standing Orders as required by the standing orders. During the third session, which commenced on the Tuesday, 13 February 2024 to 11th December 2024, the committee received 107 regulations and approved 71 regulations pursuant to Standing Order 210.4A. In the fourth session, which commenced Tuesday, February 2025, the committee has so far received 55 regulations and has approved 29 regulations pursuant to Standing Order 210.4A. I beg to table a detailed list of all the regulations that the committee has considered in the third session and in the fourth session as at 31st July for the House to note. I wish to appreciate the Honorable Speaker and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the facilitation that the Committee on Delegated Legislation has been accorded, which has enabled it to consider the statutory instruments referred to it within the timelines as provided in the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. I also like to appreciate the committee members and the secretaries for their diligence and timely consideration of the business before the committee. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gishimu. Honorable Chair of Committee on Energy, is Gikaria here? You are supposed to respond to a statement requested by Honorable Naisula Lesuda.
Yes,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I have the response.
Order. She's not in the House.
Yeah.
She's sought leave from the Speaker, to be away this afternoon or for some part of this afternoon. So we'll stay the statement to tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon. Yes, Honorable Rai.
I was supposed to receive a preliminary report regarding a statement I did ask about Charo Mai, who was abducted on the 16th of July, 2024.
Tongoyo. Where is Tongoyo? He's been here. Raso. Does your committee have that preliminary response?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do not have a response, but in any case, the minister will be appearing before us this afternoon. Maybe the honorable colleague will be in his place to put the same to the CS.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wait for the minister. It's coming this afternoon. Honorable member, yes, Omongina.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have stood for a point of order which you referred yesterday.
You've stood on a point of order, not for a point of order.
I have stood on a point of order which you referred, which belonged to Honorable Doris Donya Toto, who has gone to the embassy, and she has requested me to ask you whether you can accept so that I can proceed and get the statement answered, if it is there today.
You cannot. The rules require that she writes to the Speaker to designate you to speak for her.
Thank you, well
In
guided.
the absence of any letter,
no, she didn't.
Yes, we'll stay to tomorrow. We have, honorable members, we had a request. Order members, those holding a Kamukunji, the Mombasa group. It can only be Mombasa, Kamukunji. Thank you. Honorable members, Omboko Milemba raised a point of order yesterday on school children who are in Meru on some national event and the payment of their accommodation and other related issues. I directed that the Minister for Education, the CS Migos Ogamba, appears before the House this afternoon. He's written a letter to the Speaker indicating that at the time I gave direction, he was already in Mombasa attending a function today with the Deputy President at some university, and requesting that he has prepared a statement and forwarded to the Chair of the Committee on Education, who will relay to the House, and have acceded to that request. So, Chair Education, you can proceed now and deliver the statement.
That one is not my... I'm not a minister. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do not have a statement from the CS, as you've read it. Yes, I do not have any statement that he has relayed to me. Yes.
The Minister's letter reads, Honorable Meli, in part, in view of the foregoing, after explaining where he is, we seek the forbearance of the Right Honorable Speaker to excuse the undersigned, that is him, from attendance, and to permit the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education to present our preliminary responses to the questions asked. I give you 5 minutes to step out and organize yourself.
Yes. Let me check.
Yes. Mayaka?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to give a general statement regarding the performance of the Harambee Stars in the African Nations Championship. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 25(9)(d)(2)(b), I rise to extend warm congratulations to the Kenya national football team, the Harambee Stars, for their exemplary performance and hard-fought 1-0 victory against the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, in the opening match of the African Nations Championship, CHAN 2024, played at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani. Honorable Speaker, we express profound appreciation to His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for his unwavering support to the team, including ensuring the timely completion of the stadium, facilitating logistics, and attending the match in person. This commitment has greatly contributed to the team's morale and success. Honorable Speaker, our mighty Harambee Stars deserve our collective hearty congratulations as a house for their well-earned victory over the DRC. This achievement represents a significant source of national pride and exemplifies the power of unity, resilience, and the determination of our people. The historic win secured by midfielder Austin Odhiambo's decisive goal just before halftime marks a significant milestone for Kenyan football, as it is the first time Kenya has a CHAN victory over the DRC, a two-time champion. The team demonstrated exceptional skill, discipline, and resilience, overcoming early pressure and holding firm against a strong opponent in front of a passionate home crowd. Special recognition is due to Austin Odhiambo, also known as Rolls-Royce. Honorable Speaker, we also commend the leadership of the coach, Ben McCarthy, and the dedication of the entire technical support staff for their crucial role in preparing the Harambee Stars for this important triumph. The commitment of every player and the staff member has inspired millions of Kenyans, uniting the nation in pride and hope for the progress of our football. I salute the fans who rallied the team to its resounding victory and encourage them to keep up the spirit. As the Harambee Stars gear up for a subsequent match in the competition, we reaffirm our full support for their campaign. Their performance reflects the potential that can be achieved through hard work and dedication. We trust this victory will inspire further excellence. Honorable Speaker, I urge all honorable members and the entire nation to stand in full support and rally behind the Harambee Stars as they strive for their success, including attending the matches. And we say hongera to the Harambee Stars. May they continue to make us proud. And we do confirm that all the players and the technical team each got 1 million shillings from His Excellency the President. And may they continue to keep Kenya proud. God bless Kenya and God bless Harambee Stars. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We wish them well. They will be on parade again tomorrow and Sunday. Chege Njuguna, member for Kandara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding the completion of Mackenzie Muroka Kamorogo Road. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding completion of construction of the Mackenzie Muroka Kamorogo Road. Honorable Speaker, MS Nochmok Suppliers Limited was awarded a contract to construct the JCT A2 Mackenzie Muroka and JCT B23 Kamorogo Road. Honorable Speaker, the construction sum allocation for the property was Kenya shillings 119,363 Kenyan shillings, and the works were set to commence on 20th August 2021. Regrettably, only a stretch of 850 meters out of 13 kilometers has been completed to date. Additionally, a sum of Kenya shillings 24,981 Kenyan shillings has already been paid to the contractors, yet they have not been on the site for the last 28 months since the commencement of the project. Honorable Speaker, the completed section of the said road appears to have been poorly constructed, with potholes already forming and the construction having been abandoned. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. One, Honorable Speaker, reasons for stalling of the Mackenzie Muroka Kamorogo Road from 2022 to date, despite the contractor having been paid part of the contract sum by the government in fulfillment of its obligation. Number two, Honorable Speaker, a detailed report accounting for the sum of Kenya shillings 24,981 Kenyan shillings paid to the contractor against the proportion of works undertaken. Number three, Honorable Speaker, the estimated timeline for the resumption and completion of the road as per the contract awarded in 2021. And number four, Honorable Speaker, interim measures, if any, put in place to alleviate the transportation challenges in the area during the period of construction for the period. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chege. Chair, Transport and Infrastructure. Any member of that committee? Osoro?
I don't seem to.
Can you communicate that a response be brought within 2 weeks? But since
I'll
you'll be
get
on
hold
recess,
on the chair and the committee, Honorable Speaker.
they can
And
bring
before
first
we
week.
proceed for recess, we'll be able to have the answers. tabled.
Excellent. Honorable Melly, have you engaged your principal? You have a statement?
Yes, I have a statement.
Is Milemba in the house?
Yes, Milemba is here in the house.
And it was not just Milemba, several other members did weigh in. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you directed, the CS has provided the information as follows. Honorable Mboko Milemba did ask the question on that the CS should provide details on the funds allocated by the Ministry of Education to public primary and secondary schools for co-curricular activities, specifically participation in the national ball games and the Kenya music festivals. Honorable Speaker, it's also important that I point out that this is a perennial problem that has affected schools. This is a perennial problem that has affected schools over the years, where the Ministry of Education fails to give enough funds. And it would have been good that the CS and the relevant state officers be here to answer these questions appropriately themselves. However, he has indicated as follows. The Ministry of Education allocate funds for co-curricular activities as part of the annual capitation for primary, junior and secondary school as follows. 1. Primary schools co-curricular funding is embedded within the free primary education voted, with a portion dedicated to sports, games and performing arts, drama and music festivals. The sum of Kenya shilling 76 per learner per year is earmarked for sports, games and performing arts activities, music, drama and festivals. That's 76 shillings per year. B, secondary schools under the free-day secondary education program, Kenya shillings 1,500 per learner per year is allocated for co-curricular activities. This allocation covers a wide range of school games, sports, and performing arts. These funds are intended to support school co-curricular activities at the sub-county, county, regional, and national level. The support is in the areas of transport, accommodation of participants and officials, water provision, medical services, and other championship and festival costs. 3, the funds that is Kenya shilling 76 and 1,500 are not assigned per discipline, or for example, for ball games or music festivals. The schools themselves prepare budgets and obligations per the activity that they participate in. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to know that, except for transportation of learners, the national games and national music festivals are funded by Sports, Arts, and Social Development Fund, and thus do not depend on capitation. The second part of the question, state how much money is retained by the ministry from the capitation funds allocated for students' co-curricular activities, and explain why schools are fundraising for these co-curricular activities, yet they are to receive capitation. Honorable Speaker, the ministry retains part of the capitation earmarked for co-curricular activities as follows. Kenya shillings 40 per learner per year for primary schools and Kenya shillings 500 per learner per year for secondary schools. These funds are consolidated and sent to the regional, county, and sub-county offices to run co-curricular activities at those levels. The balance of the amount sent directly to schools. However, it is important, Honorable Speaker, to know the following challenges that impact resources. 1, cost of national representation. 2, delayed disbursement, occasionally delayed release of funds by the National Treasury affects timely facilitation, leading schools to breach funding gaps. 3, specialized events. Some competition like music, festival and performing arts, costumes, instruments, and require specialized resources beyond the standard or beyond learner allocation. The other question is outline the facilitation provided by the ministry to learners and teachers participating in regional and national competitions such as Kenya Music Festival. Honorable Speaker, the minister wished to know the following: that learners and teachers participating in regional and national curricular activities do the following. 1, transportation grants, partial funding to support school learners travel to competition venues. 2, uniform and costumes. These are necessary especially when competitions move beyond schools. Extra funding becomes necessary to cater for these items. 3, accommodation and meals. Through collaboration with host institutions, the ministry subsidizes boarding and meals and meal costs. Coordination and logistics. The ministry deploys officials to coordinate scheduling, judging, and venue presentation for national events. Training and workshops. F, awards and recognition. The ministry provides trophies, certificates, and other recognition incentives to obtain outstanding performers to promote talent development. This facilitation, however, dependent on budgetary availability and prioritization with education sector funding. For co-curricular activities, I want members to know this. For co-curricular activities, this circle, for example, the sub-counties receive Kenya shillings 155,000 for the second term activities. Counties received 505,000, with regions receiving 1.2 million. This is grossly inadequate to run all disciplines: primary, ball games, SNE, junior secondary schools, SNE secondary school games, and Kenya music festivals. All of them actually is not enough. The fourth question, Honorable Speaker, is that the minister was asked to explain why sub-county education officials require head teachers or principals of schools to remit part of capitation to their offices, which are then channeled to the Ministry of Education for co-curricular activities, even though the funds are intended to directly facilitate students' participation in such activities. The minister answered as follows: the ministry field officers are not authorized to demand remittances from schools' capitation funds for any purpose whatsoever. Capitation funds are intended to be managed at the school level for learner-centered activities, including co-curricular participation. If there are any cases of schools being compelled to remit such funds, the ministry would appreciate reports to inform appropriate and take immediate action. The ministry field offices may only be involved if schools on their own volition seek support in coordinating and pooling resources to centralize logistics for cluster-based activities. Where this is done, the field officers are required to do so in a transparent, accountable manner. Signed, Julius Migos Ogamba, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The questions that were asked by both myself and members have not been adequately answered. In fact, the main question that was supposed to be dealt with was why schools are on the road trying to go to Meru without funding, and that the public is raising funds through a form of Harambes, including members of parliament. And Honorable Speaker, you did indicate even yourself, you are fundraising for the same. The minister has not attempted in any way to even give an iota of how much he has sent to schools, or when is he sending the money, or how will these schools travel to Meru. And indeed, I can see, yes, thank you. And I can actually confirm that as of today, by 12 midday, schools were still trying to raise funds to go to Meru. So The question has not been answered and the minister has not even given a way forward. Honorable Speaker, the festivals are taking from 4th to 14th, and therefore the minister should have actually given an answer or attempted to give an answer on when he's sending the funds to schools. And that has also not been indicated by the CS. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the monies that are deducted by the sub-county directors and county directors, the CS has said no such deductions are done. But the truth on the ground, and honorable members, you know, is that all the time when funding goes to schools, principals and head teachers are asked to take part of the money back to the ministry. So, Honorable Speaker, the CS is actually lying to the House using the chair of education. And that should be noted, because the truth is that monies are taken from schools and taken to the ministry. We had also asked him to give the account number.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I want to put the record straight that I read what the minister brought to the House. And it is through your direction. So mine was to transmit. I'm not part of the lying if the minister did lie. So I want the member to note that.
Yes, member.
So I think I'm happy that the chair says he cannot carry the cross of the CS, and therefore that's why it's important that the CS comes and deals with these questions himself. Honorable Speaker, on the question that specifically dealt with the facilitation for the teachers and the students when they are out, the CS did indicate he provides transport. I can confirm to you no money has been given for transport. I can also confirm to you, Honorable Speaker, that the teachers who are there have not been given their per diems, and therefore the situation is there. Yesterday, Honorable Speaker, you were asking how many students are in Meru. I was able to find out that over 3,000 students are actually in Meru. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to indicate that the Ministry of Education is a ministry that this House must stand to really correct the situation that is going on there. Unless this House stands very strong, we shall lose our education. This is the CS who is not answering this question. This is the CS who has sent money to schools that don't exist and is quiet. This is the same CS who has reduced capitation, which was given by this House, of 22,200 per student to 16,900 without any explanation. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, that the CS still be invited to deal with issues that are bedeviling the Ministry of Education. Otherwise, we shall lose the stakes we already gained of free primary and subsidized day secondary schools. Thank you.
Oundo. Meli,
Honorable Speaker.
Take the comments.
Honorable Speaker, I sympathize with my good friend Honorable Meli, and I must sincerely thank him for disowning the statement.
Order.
Thank you, Honorable
Speaker.
Speaker.
Order. Meli cannot read a statement from the minister and then disown it. You cannot stretch your hand to touch a dirty stick and remain clean. You have to take responsibility and take the preliminaries being raised, the joy riders, and you'll respond. Go on, Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, I want Honorable Meli to listen carefully and intently and intensively so I can remit and commit this complaint.
And those intervening, you have a minute each.
Oh, fine. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, the schools are bleeding, as I said yesterday. Whenever any money comes to the schools, the education office literally calls for the money to be taken back to their schools. This year alone, Honorable Speaker, I hope Chairman is listening. They were forced to pay for training of the outgoing board members. They were forced to pay for induction of the new board members. Were forced to pay for some other spurious expenses. Honorable Speaker, the committee probably might have to take up this matter and do a thorough investigation to ascertain how much of the money of capitation that goes to school that ends up in the hands of the education office. It's a very weighty matter that requires the cabinet secretary himself to come and respond to. Thank you.
Maungu. A minute each.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Unfortunately, Speaker, the statement read by my chairman actually misled this House. I sit in the Education Committee, and I can confirm that we have serious issues with that ministry, Mr. Speaker. Until this morning, Mr. Speaker, my students of a bi-comprehensive school who are meant to go to Meru, represent the entire Western region, have not gone to Meru, Mr. Speaker, because of the confusion we have in the ministry. Can the minister tell us clearly how we are going to ensure that the kids of a bi-secondary, primary, who are supposed to be in Meru, currently still in Luanda, slept in the cold for 2 nights, Mr. Speaker, waiting to go to Meru, but they were never delivered? The challenge we have is with the ministry, and this must be put to order. Thank you.
Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say we need to have the CS to appear before us and answer our questions properly. Mr. Speaker, even the students or the people who are in the galleries here in Parliament, if they have that opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to speak, Mr. Speaker, they will tell you.
There are guests in the House. There's no way they can have an opportunity to speak here.
Yes. Well guided, Mr. Speaker. But, yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the monies allocated for extracurricular activities, the sports, Mr. Speaker, in our constituencies, all members of Parliament here, we've been contributing. We've been paying for their trips, even when they are going for games, when they are going for music festivals. Mr. Speaker, I think as a House, we need to have the CS answer all our questions here, and also...
Your minute is over. Dorothy, Kiara. 1 minute you have.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this is a weighty matter. And Honorable Speaker, based on the question that Honorable Omboko Milemba brought before the floor of this House, the CS, if there's a serious CS in this ministry, you would have altered everything else and came to this House to answer these questions. Honorable Speaker, our children and our teachers are being left to fate. Teachers are roaming Meru town, wondering what to do with the students that they have because there is no money that has been given to these teachers, Honorable Speaker. We don't want situations where our children look like orphans in the streets of Meru. Honorable Speaker, it is the high time that we call the CS to go to Meru and witness what is happening in Meru right now.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the CS was very sly in avoiding to come to the House because he realized that were being asked. Mr. Speaker, that's why it's very irregular when the chair of the committee is the one responding on behalf of the executive. But Mr. Speaker, it is not true what the report that we have received. First, they don't support transport. They don't support in buying of uniforms. They don't support in accommodation and meals. And finally, they also, every time money is sent to the schools, they are actually compelled to send part of that money to the sub-county education office. So everything that has been read out here by the CS is not true. And I think the CS must come to the House and respond to these questions himself.
Yes, Justice Kemei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me. I want to join my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, that the answers given by the Chair of Education are not sufficient. They may have been given to him by the Minister himself, and it is our view that the Minister should come to this House since the matters we are raising are so weighty. And the matters, much as they relate only to co-curricular activities, Mr. Speaker, there are still very weighty matters in the Ministry of Education that we need ample time to be able to get the minister here to answer the question so that we can also be able to ask him directly and see him in the eye if he's going to tell the nation what does not appertain outside there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Melly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with
the issue before the House.
Yes, the issue before the House is very
hold
weighty.
Your horses.
Yes.
The issue raised by Milemba and supported.
Yes.
Take your seat.
Yes.
You are not here yesterday. Was twofold.
Yes.
Number one, The children have gone to Meru for some activities. Have they been supported financially by the ministry? If not, why? Number two, the capitation money, when it goes to the schools, is it true that education officials in the headquarters of various counties call schools to bring a portion of that money to their offices for purposes that they describe? Members have said several things. So if no money is taken to the offices of education officers, and all these honorable members, and I have no doubt everybody here is honorable, are saying such money is paid, then it is up to you to make an inquiry as to why this money is paid, to who, and for what purpose. And if the payment is an irregularity, who do you hold accountable and the redress therefrom? Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. And I want to say this. It is true that students, as has been said, are having problems. Last year, Honorable Mbui raised a question. And we took it all the way and we inquired. And we found that even teachers who were in provincial regional games in Nakuru and other parts of the country were not paid their dues. We took it up and we took it to the CS then. We even took it to the principal secretary. Honorable members of the Education Committee who are here are well aware that we had invited the CS and the principal secretary to come before the committee a few days ago, and he has failed to attend. Honorable, he failed to attend, not he failed to attend. Yes. He gave apologies. Honorable Speaker, it will be proper. Yes, as a committee, we'll take an inquiry into it, but at the same time, it is also good that the CS himself appear before the House, because he's the principal administrative officer of the sector, because I can't respond to issues that are administrative to the sub-county level. So it will be proper that he comes himself. He'll be able to tell us which officers, which regions, and if there are no officers taking these particular problems, he's the one supposed to explain. However, I think this is a very weighty matter. We shall take an inquiry as an education committee and invite the CS and the PS and all the relevant officers. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oluoji, what was your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to confirm that while my daughter is not stranded there, but as a parent, I can confirm that I was asked to pay 23,000 Kenya shillings for my child to participate in the Kenya Music Festival. So this is actually a confirmation that there is something seriously wrong, and we need to audit what is actually happening between the money going for capitation and the money that is going back. I can confirm that I was asked to pay 23,000 Kenya shillings.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to confirm that there's a primary school from my constituency, Gororukesa Primary School in Sagante Jaldesa Ward. The head teacher called me that unless he's supported, they are unlikely to attend the music festival in Meru. So we had to chip in to actually fuel the vehicle that was taking the youngsters to that venue. So for that reason, I think there's no point of trying to beat a dead horse. This is a weighty matter, and the committee must be charged to provide answers to this House. If there's not enough funding, then certain activities should not actually be taken up in vain. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is that Lochakapong or Faisal? Who is the member at the back raising his hand? Is it? Yes. Who?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of extracurriculum in schools is a very big problem with the parents and the teachers and the students. Mr. Speaker, even the education officials sometimes refuse even children to participate unless the school contributes to that kitty. So it is an issue which the ministry has to address. Otherwise, if we, as members of parliament, we don't support even those children to go and participate, they will not go. And there are no money. It is the parents which contribute for them in every stage, Mr. Speaker, from the sub-county, county, and the region, including what they are doing in Meru. So it is an issue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Ochanda.
Mike? Mr. Speaker, I've run a very quick math in terms of the monies that we've been talking about. 76 bob per child in a school of around 500 kids is 38,000. This 38,000 is supposed to run the schools from the inter-school at the zonal level, from the zone to the sub-county, then from the sub-county to the county, all through to these levels. It is impossible. It's basically impossible, Mr. Speaker. So this House, we really don't want to preside over the ministry collapsing or the sector collapsing. We really have to get ways of how to address this, Mr. Speaker.
Proceedings.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there's a problem. It is the truth. There's a problem in education, and particularly this money called extracurricular activities. Honorable Speaker, the minister himself must present himself here. There's nobody who carries the responsibility of the minister. I'm sure Honorable, my good friend, is suffering. But there's a problem, Honorable Speaker. And the minister, while watching in Mombasa, had brought up this issue with him, or as my responsibility as MP of Boko South. Speaker, there is a notorious education director in Kapenguria who is collecting this money. It is true, Honorable Speaker, there is a problem in this money. And unless this House takes its responsibility, Speaker, and leads, there's a problem. And therefore, I'm proposing the minister must stop whatever is happening in Mombasa and appear before the House next week, Tuesday, Honorable Speaker. Order that he comes next week, Tuesday. And then we deal with him. Because we cannot allow him, Honorable Speaker, to enjoy himself in Mombasa while our children are suffering in Meru. It cannot work, Honorable Speaker. You have the power, in accordance with Standing Order number 1, Honorable Speaker, order that minister to appear on Tuesday, Honorable Speaker. We deal with him here properly, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
There is no evidence that he's enjoying himself in Mombasa. Yes, Milemba.
Well, I wanted to indicate that one honorable member seems to calculate the money is going to school from a point of body mass. You must know that not all students participate in the games. And then the bigger lump sum is what is used to benefit all the students. But then what I was going to say is that the minister, Honorable Speaker, and I think the Honorable Speaker should have listened to this because it may inform his issue, has been sorting to get the CAs for the last several weeks. They have invited him even more than 4 times, and he's not appearing to them. He has been invited to this house by yourself, he has not come. We are dealing with a matter that is just beyond what we think it is. And the chair should be frank enough to indicate that, so that it is only you possibly who can save this country by inviting that minister to this floor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Honorable members, chair of the committee, you know your authority. You invite. If the invite is not honored, you summon. If the summon is not honored, there are consequences. So you don't need to cry on this floor that the minister is not attending to you. You have the instruments of authority in the standing orders, unless you don't know what powers you have. Osoro and Meli, you can see very clearly that you need the minister to come here and explain to the House, more particularly, his assertion in the statement that no cent is paid by any school to any education office, and the continuing assertions by members that they know that money is paid to schools and paid back to education offices, a portion of it, for whatever reason. So I direct you to get the minister here on Wednesday to respond to these questions. As we go to the next, allow me to acknowledge St. Teresa's Girls School from Samburu, East Samburu, and St. Patrick Simotuo School from Pokoti South, West Pokot. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House. Now to the questions. Majority Leader, can you bring in the Minister for Interior?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Minister for Interior is not in today. Yeah, I have just received a letter, Honorable Speaker, from, signed by Dr. Raymond Omolo, who is the Principal Secretary. And if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, to just quote that, he says that he acknowledges receipt of the letter inviting him, to, the Cabinet Secretary, to appear before this House on 6th August 2025 at 2:30 p.m. Then it says that regrettably, the date and the time set for the session coincides with a previously arranged high-level full-day security meeting with the Cabinet Secretary will be attending alongside senior security officials. So the PS writes to respectively request a deferment of the scheduled appearance to respond to the parliamentary questions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the letter is signed and written by the PS. It's becoming a new norm, Honorable Speaker, also, that this House, the letter is dated yesterday, 5th of August. Honorable Speaker, this House summons the minister, because the minister is supposed to appear before this entire plenary, Honorable Speaker, but the response is from the PS. And I think now I leave it to you, Honorable Speaker, from your position to give further guidelines, because if the minister is invited, then it should be actually the minister responding to this House, the reasons as to why he shouldn't be appearing, Honorable Speaker, and not the Principal Secretary. In any case, Honorable Speaker, the CS has an obligation to this House, and the PS has an obligation to the specific committees, Honorable Speaker. This is not a committee. This is a plenary. It's a full House. I therefore wish to submit, Honorable Speaker, that we do not have the minister present today, going by this letter, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Osoro, as sitting in the Majority Leader's seat, that letter you have read to the House came to the Speaker's chamber yesterday, and the Speaker declined to excuse the minister from coming to the House today. Remember last week, Wednesday, the same minister was supposed to be here. He didn't show up. His PS wrote to Parliament. The invitations go to the minister, you are right, not to the PS. The PS is a stranger to the matter. I direct you to ensure that on Wednesday at 2:30, the Minister for Interior is here to respond to questions raised by members, failing which summons will issue.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Next order. Mama Zamzam, what is it? All the clerk.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasikitika sana. Toka mwezi jana kuna shughuli ambayo nimekuwa nayo, ama nimekuwa na issue ambayo ni nzito sana, ambayo hata pengine mtu maisha yake yako hatarini na ilikuwa namuuliza waziri. Lakini kama yeye atakuwa hawezi kuchukulia kwa makini hili jumba, itakuwa na tudharaulisha sisi sote. We are representative of the people. Na kama tunakuja hapa na maswali kumuuliza, na yeye anatuma PS wake ambaye pia ukimpigia simu hashiki, ukimwandikia message hajibu, sisi tunawauliza tumeweka kwenye hizo ofisi kufanya kitu gani? Maisha ya kijana yuko hatarini, ameenda kuchukua ID, anaambiwa ID yake ilitoka kitambo na imefanya robbery mahali, mtoto anaozea kule ndani ya sel huko Nyamira. Yeye kama ni mtoto wake angesikia vipi? Mimi nasikia uchungu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lazima waziri aje hapa anielezee mimi mama Mombasa hatma ya yule mtoto, sio mambo ya upuzi kutuma hapa mabarua na PS wao. Hii serikali lazima isonge mbele, wasiweze kumregesha rais nyuma. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes, Osoro.
Speaker, I want to take note of the two directions that you've given. You earlier gave the direction of inviting the Minister for Education next week at 2:30 on Wednesday.
Minister for Education is on a very narrow single issue.
Okay.
The children in Meru and the money going to schools and going to officers.
Okay.
This is the only issue. There are no other questions.
So both of them should appear on Wednesday, 2:30.
2:30.
Much obliged.
Yes. Yes, Mbui, on the same issue?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just to confirm something, because I have a question that
Yes.
was also to be responded to.
Yes.
And Mr. Speaker, I've seen there's almost 10 questions to the same CS. There's still about 10 questions to the same CS from across, members from across the political divide, which are very, very serious. And Mr. Speaker, several times you've even said that one of the ministries that has a lot of questions that are asked in this house is actually that particular ministry. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the CS to know that even though there is separation of powers, there is interdependence and there is independence. But we must work together to ensure that people get services that they deserve. For him to ignore some, to come to the house 2 times in a row, Mr. Speaker, I think that's unacceptable. And he must know that this house has the power to even get him out of that office, because it is this house that gave him that office. So, Mr. Speaker, let him be warned not to continue ignoring the power of the house.
Yes, Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. I had a serious issue regarding the CS education that I wanted to point out to you. Apart from what we're talking about, the kids in Meru, we have kids who are in Kakamega, who are on rugby and some other games. One of the schools from Kilifi South, St. Paul Harris Girls, is in Kakamega. They are challenging they are defending their championship for rugby in Kenya. After that, they'll be required to go to South Africa. Already, Speaker, I am the one who's footing the bill for them in Kakamega. What is going to happen if these girls qualify to go to South Africa, yet the ministry, as they are in Kenya, is doing nothing about that? The question that should be asked about to the CS is not about the games that are going on. It's not about the games that are going on in Meru, but also what is going on in Kakamega, more especially for the international games the kids are going to face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Kiari, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Chonga is raising an issue that's very emotive, and I can see even from his presentation. I was seeking guidance from you, Honorable Speaker. Being a man who understands language, our reference to our children as kids, while we know very well that the kid is the little one of a goat, and we have taken it up as colloquial and made it to be now an established reference to our children, I wanted you to find Honorable Chonga out of order for me is using this word that is not appropriate for children who are in school. He can refer to them as pupils or as learners or as students, but kids, this is the little one, the offspring of a goat or a sheep. Our children are not kids. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the reason you are challenging him is because you understood what he said. Yes, Mother.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you have put it at rest. I think our children have not really complained. But, Mr. Speaker, mine is on the CS in charge of security. Mr. Speaker, 2 times is too many to not appear, and it has been a while. You queue questions, then it takes so long. Mr. Speaker, security issues are emerging issues. Like now, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you I'm already queuing to ask a question on the pimping of girls in my Mahiu, children being pimped out as sex slaves, Mr. Speaker.
It was on BBC last evening.
And Mr. Speaker, some of these issues may not wait as long because those women are on camera. They should be arrested and in good time, Mr. Speaker. So maybe just to write as we queue the questions, that can also be part of the issues that he responds to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have the pimps been arrested?
No, not yet. And that's what we need to get from the CS, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, there was an elaborate program about it on BBC. Osoro, yes, Honorable Karole Omonde.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I want us to go to the next.
Yes, I think we need to interrogate this matter a little further by focusing on the leadership of the House. I think that's where the problem is, or it is in our standing orders. I've seen it takes so long for questions addressed to ministers to be answered in this House. And yet parliamentary practice in other jurisdictions, you ask a question, in 2-3 days, the ministers appeared and answered it. I watched proceedings in the House of Commons in Australia, in Canada. But here, we tend to imagine summoning a minister here requires some ceremony, where we have to wait for 3 weeks, 2 months. We are not serving parliament, and I think it is the failure of the leadership. If it is the majority side that schedules ministerial appearances, let us look at the standing orders. We cannot ask questions, queue for 2 months until the gist of the question has evaporated, the subject matter is no longer relevant. Then the fellow appears here to answer questions. I think there's a fundamental problem.
You have
on this
made
issue.
the point.
Thank you.
Osoro, you've heard what I've directed. There are many, many questions from your colleagues to interior, to education, to health, and to roads. Those are the ministries that take the bulk of questions. And when His Excellency the President wrote to the House through the Speaker, requiring us to change our standing orders to allow ministers to come here, it was on the clear understanding that chairmen and chairpersons of committees have limitations in responding to supplementary questions, and that ministers, as those in charge of policy in their ministries, must come here and speak for and on behalf of the government and the people of Kenya. So inform the ministers who have failed us today. The Honorable Gamba at least send a note and an inadequate message through the chairman. The Minister for Interior, this is the second time in a row where they're just flying around letters instead of coming to Parliament. And you yourself have rightly said, you cannot invite the minister and there's a PS response to tell you that minister is not coming. That is an assault on the dignity of this House. Ensure that next Wednesday, the 2 ministers are here by 2:30. Yes, Carrier.
This is the direction that we have been seeking. Mr. Speaker, is to ask if the direction you're giving could be extended also to appearances before committees, because the same thing that you're seeing in plenary is what is happening in committees. Committees, especially departmental committees, are inviting ministers and PSs, and they are not running short of excuses as to why they should not appear before these committees that have been given powers by the Constitution, our laws, and the standing orders to be doing these periodic reviews of the departments and ministries and agencies that we are superintending over. So, Mr. Speaker, my request is whatever direction you have given should be extended also to the appearance before committees. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It will be so. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery, I hope the students are still there, Prince Model School from Kilgoris, Narok, Laboso Vision Academy from Kipkelion, Kericho, World of Life School from Sambweni, Kwale, Kabel Comprehensive School from Baringo, South Baringo, and Chukuni School from Kitui West, Kitui. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 8, the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to provide a regulatory and institutional framework for the prevention of introduction, establishment, and spread of plant pests, management of plant pests, facilitate safe trade in plants, plant products, and other regulated articles, and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Capital Markets Act. Order number 10, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the Equalization Fund and its application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2026 to appropriate that sum for certain public basic services and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025, second reading.
Honorable members, is the chair budget here, Atandi? Honorable members, order. Order. The member talking to Tonkei, order. Honorable Meli, take your seat. Honorable members, due to time requirement and the need for counties to get these resources and operate, we must go to order number 11, finish, and move to committee of the whole on the same, so that we finish up with Kara today. Honorable Soro, you know the House Business Committee directed so. Honorable Mili, Honorable Mbui, you are aware of this. We must deal with Kara today at orders number 11 and 12. So, Atandi, you move the bill, and when we finish, we'll be at hand to go into committee of the whole. This is a Senate bill. It's straightforward on the horizontal division of revenue between counties. Have you called out order 11? Yes, Atandi.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for even making that clarification. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 6 August 2025.
You are not right, Atandi. You are now moving the bill.
Oh, thank you.
So I beg to move that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025, be now read a second time.
Thank you.
Then you move on to make your presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2025, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, as you have rightfully said, this is a very simple bill, which basically is sharing horizontally the county shareable allocation then, to the 47 counties. Honorable Speaker, the bill is very important because it is, supports the devolved system of governance, and it is prepared in accordance with Article 218, 1 sub B of the Constitution. It outlines the equitable share of nationally raised revenue among 47 counties. Honorable Speaker, beyond the revenue allocation, The bill establishes the legal framework for fund transfers from the national government to county revenue funds. It also ensures predictability and legality in disbursements while also setting recurrent ceilings for both the county executive and the county assemblies. Honorable Speaker, the basis for sharing revenue among counties is guided by Article 217 of the Constitution, which provides that Parliament must determine revenue sharing formula every 5 years. Honorable Speaker, on 24th June 2025, Parliament approved the fourth basis for revenue sharing, which will guide successful revenue distribution among 47 counties from this financial year 2025-2026 to 2029-30 financial year. Honorable Speaker, following the successful mediation of the Division Revenue Bill 2025, the County Allocation Revenue Bill 2025 was published in June 2025. Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes an equitable share of 415 billion for the financial year 2025-2026 among the 47 counties. Honorable Speaker, this represents an increase of about 27.6 billion from the Kenya shillings 287.4 billion shared in financial year 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, the horizontal allocation is based on the fourth basis, which includes the following parameters. 1, baseline allocation. Honorable Speaker, baseline allocation is the amount of... Okay, sorry. Honorable Speaker, the parameters for the fourth basis formula for revenue sharing is based on the following parameters. The first one is base allocation. Base allocation is basically the allocation that was provided for in the financial year 2024-2025, which is 387.425 billion. The second parameter, Honorable Speaker, is affirmative allocation to 12 counties. This is 4.46 billion. And Honorable Speaker, just to explain that there are 12 counties that were identified by this formula. The counties are either too small in terms of population, too small in terms of geographical size. They are also, in terms of population, there are very few people in those counties. And also in terms of poverty index, those counties are not poor. So there was a formula which was decided that those 12 counties, which include Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga, that we needed to, using affirmative action, allocate 4.46 billion, which they are sharing equally, to help them be able to even reserve money for development purposes. Honorable Speaker, the third formula is equitable share. Honorable Speaker, equitable share is 23.115 billion, which this money is distributed according to also the following parameters, which is 1, population, which takes 45% of this allocation, poverty index 12%, geographical size 8%, and basic share 35%. Honorable Speaker, basically, this is really what we are doing here today. And using that formula, if you have the report of the committee, there is a schedule of how this money has been shared among the 47 counties. The 47 counties, the first schedule, you can see that Baringo, for example, is going to receive Baringo is going to receive a total of 7,083,683,384. And if you go through up to the last county, that is West Pokot, is going to receive about 2,426,080. Also, Honorable Speaker, this bill is also setting ceilings for recurrent expenditure for both county assemblies and the county executives. And Honorable Speaker, to note is that the bill has proposed a reduction for recurrent expenditures for county executives from an allocation of 333 billion 733.76 billion in the year 2024-2025 to 23.41 billion in this financial year. Honorable Speaker, county governments have been spending so much money in recurrent expenditures at the expense of development. And this is the decision of the Senate and the Commission on Revenue Allocation that this money be cut. Honorable Speaker, on the other hand, County Allocation Revenue Bill 2025 has proposed an increase in the county assemblies' ceilings. I think there's need for county assemblies to be more active in overseeing county governments, and they've been given additional resources to be able to help them do that. In effect, Honorable Speaker, there's an increase of about 3.57 billion to county assemblies to allow them to be able to effectively discharge their mandate of overseeing county executives. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I would like to move and ask the majority whip to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this House passed the Division of Revenue Bill, which of course was in concurrence with what the Senate had proposed. The same was assented to, Honorable Speaker, and today we are simply affirming what we passed here previously in the name of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill. The Chairman of Budget has clearly put it as it should be on the formula that has been used in terms of sharing, of course, on the baseline factor, on the affirmative allocation, and also the additional equitable share. We continue urging, even as we say, Honorable Speaker, the county governments to make good use of these amounts and to be accountable. I mean, because we really send huge amounts of money, Honorable Speaker, to the county governments all over, but you hardly see what it does. You know, when you hear, for example, the Honorable Chair has mentioned as singled out one county called Baringo. And he said that 25-26 for this year, the ceiling, the county assembly ceiling will be about 847 million for this year, Honorable Speaker. And in the executive, it will be about 496 million, Honorable Speaker. So if you put that amount of money, Honorable Speaker, you'll realize that this amount is huge and is too much. You know, we are talking about billions of money going to the counties, Honorable Speaker. We still struggle, and because we've all traversed the country, and we really struggle to see what these county governments do, even with this allocation, Honorable Speaker. We continue urging them that even as we continue sending these monies to the county, Honorable Speaker, that they make good use of it. Our hospitals are still, struggling in terms of medicines, Honorable Speaker. The rural roads are really not passable, especially when the rains happen. But what we see, Honorable Speaker, is a lot of branding and, moving around with groups of people everywhere and having a group that is paid to cheer in funerals, in churches, in functions, all over. And we continue challenging them that please, when you continue challenging the existence of CDF through courts and everything, when CDF can visibly can be seen on what it does, I mean, you really can see classrooms built, you'll see students going to school, you'll see everything that is being done by CDF. You'll see NGAF, a very little amount of money, Honorable Speaker. You'll see our gracious ladies, doing a lot with NGAF. You'll actually think it's in billions. When you compare with what these governors get or what these county governments get. So, Honorable Speaker, we continue challenging them on that. And finally, Honorable Speaker, we want to challenge the county assemblies to do their work in terms of oversight. I mean, the problem is, Honorable Speaker, is that the county assemblies, because of lack of autonomy, they tend to be an extended arm of governors. That for them, it's worse that they've got to kneel before a governor. If they don't, a road will not be done before a road will not be done in their wards. Sometimes they are even denied salaries if they don't kneel before governors or even worship them. And that is why you see them moving around and, following governors so that they can at least get something, not only for the welfare of their people, but also 5,000 for their pocket. So, Honorable Speaker, I think I beg to close it at that and say that I second, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025, be read a second time. Okay, Honorable Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025. Madam Speaker, as has been said, that after this House passed the division of revenue bill, which determines the amount that will be given out to the counties, then naturally the next phase is to deal with this county allocation of revenue bill, which basically now shares money amongst the counties. And this is a Senate bill that comes to us every year. Now, Madam Speaker, in this particular bill, I have noted, and that's why I decided to make this contribution, that there is a proposal for a budget ceiling for recurrent expenditure. Madam Speaker, that basically means that the monies that are going to the counties, the Senate has made a determination that they must put a ceiling of the amount that they will be able to use for the executive offices and also for the executive at the assembly level. Madam Speaker, this basically means that the amount of money that is available for the executive to spend on tea and mandazi and coffee and travel is limited. Madam Speaker, I looked at this, and at the beginning I had thought that it is a full recurrent expenditure that is being controlled, only to realize it is only a part of it. I propose that going into the future, we may need to limit the amount of money that actually goes to recurrent expenditure, including salaries, including every expenditure basically that is recurrent, so that we can have more money for development. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of counties that spend most of their money on recurrent and very little is left for development. So I think it's important that Senate tries to see how they can limit the amount of money that goes into the total recurrent budget of the county assemblies. And then also going into the future, I think it's important that once we have established how much money remains for development, that we find a way, and Senate can borrow from NGCDF Act, to find a way of controlling the funds that are going for development, so that by the time they're being released, we know how much is going to, which project and how it is going to be carried out. Because, Madam Speaker, a lot of times, you look at the monies that are going to the counties, and you compare with the monies that are given to the constituencies, which is a small amount of money. And yet you can see visible projects that are impacting on the lives of people at the constituency level. Yet the counties with billions, you hardly see anything that is positive. So, Madam Speaker, I think we must find a way of making the money that goes to the counties visible for the sake of Kenyan people. Otherwise, I support Madam Speaker.
Honorable Zanzam and then Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuunga mkono pesa ambazo zimeongezewa katika county government za kufanya maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kitu ambacho nataka kusema na niwaambie county governments, acheni vita vya kupiga wabunge, kuzuia CDF, kuzuia NGAF, wakati ambapo bunge hili ndio linawapa nyinyi pesa za kuweza kurun county. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kusema na ujasiri. Najua siku nyingi nikizungumza huwa natumiwa watu wakanitupia mawe, lakini mimi ni mwakilishi wa wananchi wa Mombasa na lazima nizungumze. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mfano tu jana nimeangalia hawa wa CHPs hapa tulipitisha wanapewa 2,500, county government pia wanawapa 2,500. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, katika county government ya Mombasa kuna ambao wanalia toka hizi pesa zimeanza kutolewa hawajawahi kupata, na they are active members, wanazunguka wakitibu wagonjwa, wakibeba wagonjwa, yani yale maradhi hata wanaweza wakaambukizwa wakati wote. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini zile pesa hawapati. Na ndio mimi nataka kuelezea county governments, Hizi pesa tunawapa kwa sababu tunaheshimu ugatuzi. Tunataka ugatuzi ufanye kazi kama vile baba Raila Amolo Odinga amesema. Na amewatetea sana ili hili mweze kuongezewa mpate nafasi ya kufanya kazi. Lakini msimuaibishe baba kwa sababu sisi hatuoni kazi kubwa ambayo mnafanya ndani ya county governments. MCS huku wanalia hakuna kitu kama alivyosema ndugu yangu Osoro, watu wanawafuata wanataka hii wanataka hii, lakini sisi tunataka tuone value ya hii pesa ambayo sisi tunawapa. Tunataka kuona huduma bora katika hospitali zetu. Tunataka kuona huduma bora katika ECD schools zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, haiwezekani pesa ambazo sisi tunawapa ni nyingi sana, lakini ukitembea ground kila mtu analia, hatuoni ile uzito wa ile pesa ambayo inakwenda katika county government. Na nilizungumza juu ya hospitali hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, hospitali zote za Kenya za public, Mheshimiwa Spika, huduma iko mbaya. Na ndio juzi na jana dada yetu Chege aliweza kuleta ile motion yake ama bill ya universal healthcare ili watu wote wapate huduma bora ya afya ndani ya hospitali. Lakini sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa hata hii ambao tunawapa unapata hospitali hali ziko ndio hivyo, hakuna dawa, hakuna mashini, mtu anatumwa katika hospitali ya private aende akapime ugonjwa Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati ambapo pesa nyingi sana zinakwenda kule county government ziweze kufanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nitarudia kusema wasiregeshe ruwaza ya rais chini Mheshimiwa Spika, manake watu wote watakao wakisema Kenya iko mbaya, maisha mabaya, hospitali hakuna dawa, sijui tumetumwa hii na hii, wanamlaumu rais wakati ambapo bunge hili limepitisha pesa na zimekwenda kule county government. Sisi tunataka tuone hizo pesa zikifanya kazi, wala hatusemi kwa ubaya kwa kuwachukia. Tunasema kwa sababu na sisi ni wabunge, tumetumwa katika bunge hili na hawa wananchi ambao wanahitaji huduma. Mheshimiwa Spika, wawache vita ya kupiga ma women reps, wawache vita ya kupigana na wabunge, waangalie kazi zao na wabunge waangalie kazi zao. La sivyo na sisi pia bunge hili ndo linatoa na bunge hili ndo litachukua. Wakianza vita na sisi hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tuna uwezo wa sisi pia kuwapokonya kama mbaya Mheshimiwa Spika, kwani iko nini? Watu heshimu na sisi tuheshimu. Hiyo ndio vile Kenya itakwenda mbele. Tunataka hawa watoto wakisoma wawe katika mazingira mazuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Mtoto akienda hospitali apate matibabu. Mama mjamzito akienda hospitali isiwe mama anajifungua amelipa SHA tena anaambiwa mtoto analipishwa na wewe unalipishwa portion hii, hujui hiyo pesa inaenda wapi Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati rais amesema SHA lazima ifanye kazi na wao wanamregesha nyuma Mheshimiwa Spika. Waache utapeli katika makaunti, waache wizi katika kaunti zetu, wachape kazi ili Kenya iweze kuendelea mbele. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Okay, last one, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I wish to support the bill, but I will not, in quote, lima, the way Zamzam has limaed. I would want to say that when the father of devolution promoted devolution, the idea was for a devolution of resources and services. Unfortunately, what we are increasingly seeing is devolution of power, devolution of nepotism, devolution of corruption. And what I'd want to encourage a lot of our counties, I'm not saying it affects all counties, but I'd want to encourage our counties that this is a very rare opportunity, especially for counties that have been marginalized for years. It is a time to transform our own counties. Nobody will transform our counties for us. We have just come from a requiem mass for Honorable Phoebe Asio. And what we have seen is a legacy of a life well lived. When you will die, nobody will bury you with the storied buildings that you have bought, with the cars that you have bought. It is what you have done to transform people's lives. So I want to encourage our governors that do work that will transform lives, that years after you are gone, people can say, the way people say about Tomboya airlifts, that actually resulted in the first black African-American president. Now, that is something we can talk about today. But nobody cares about what you can build. If you build a mansion, next year somebody will build another one which is better with a better design. Let us live like birds. Madam Speaker, my father was a politician, an elected politician, and people called him a bird. And I used to wonder why. He was called Odhiambo Winyo. And I wondered why. And over time, I've understood why. Because my father never amassed wealth, even though he had the opportunity to do so. Because his concern was building a legacy. Unfortunately, he died too young, so he didn't build his legacy. But I am working on building his own legacy, plus my own legacy. And also one other thing I want to actually encourage our governors is that what I can guarantee you, that even if CDF were to be stopped, the money that goes to CDF is a national government portion. It can never go to the counties. And I want to also inform the governors, and I'm glad that we're having a conference next week. God willing, I'll get an opportunity to speak there. And I want to say that for me, I can say some of the things, legacies I can say, that the 15% that is going to the counties, I am the one who moved for that 15%. So that 15% is going down courtesy of me when I sat in the Constitution, the Select Committee on the Constitution. Our party had wanted 40%, but we didn't manage 40%, and it was going to be left open, and I moved an amendment to bring no less than 15%. But that 15%, if you compare with what MPs are getting, or not MPs, but CDF, what we are oversighting under CDF, 0.4%. Really. There is so much that can be done with the resources that go to the county. There is so much, it is actually something that can transform a whole small shopping center to a city. But our focus and our priorities are just lopsided. And I want, therefore, to encourage our governors, stop focusing on the wrong thing, which is fighting NGCDF, that is helping a lot of poor Kenyans. My constituency is a rural constituency. And Madam Speaker, I can attest to the fact that for the longest, all I knew is that rural constituencies, the structures were matope, mud walled, or the improved ones were mabati structures. But now go to almost virtually every constituency. Even where it is not yet completed or done, you will see people singling out one or two that is not yet done. But they will single one or two. But out of that, maybe 100 of them will be permanent structures that have been constructed by NGCDF. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to say that NGCDF is something good that has come out of Africa. It is a development model that must be emulated in every single part of Africa. Every time Africa does something good, we try to put a reverse gear so that Africa can always wallow in poverty, always going to the West with bowls to beg. Where we have reached as a continent, we have no excuse complaining about colonization. By the time I was born, colonialism had ended. Why are we crying many, many years later? Even if we are poor and even if we are colonized, can't we change our story? Can we be crying all our lives? And NGCDF as a model is enabling us to change that story. So we have no reason to attack NGCDF. I'm not telling him off. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know Honorable Kaluma, my neighbor in Homa Bay, wants me to tell off our advocate. But it is his right to take the matter to court. And it is also our right and duty to let him know that in constituencies like mine that have been marginalized for years, that have never seen structures for years, have been transformed because of the structures that have been built. Go to Aondo TTI in my constituency. Within a year, It was a small center where my brother TJ Kajwang's home is. It's a rural area. Suddenly it has become a commercial center within 1 year because of a TTI. We are hopefully opening a KMTC, 100% funded by NGCDF in this little town. And it is going to be a game changer. So those who really, I know it's a bit of a misunderstanding about NGCDF, but I hope we can talk to each other, persuade each other, and move together. I do support.
Thank you. Last, Honorable Wangare, member for Gilgil.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And I'll just start from where my minority whip has stopped and say that I actually don't think it's a misunderstanding. I think it's a deliberate effort to actually curtail the few projects that are actually visible on the ground and in the grassroots that are sponsored through NGCDF and also through GAF, Madam Speaker, because GAF is very small money. If you look at it, it is less than 6 million per constituency, but you'll go to my constituency and find a tent, you'll find the social things that are helping women done through GAF. Madam Speaker, the issue of this bill, which I also support, but we support and also remember to send this message very clearly, that there are few roles the county government should actually focus on. Number one being health. Because even as we do SHA and SHIF registration, as we discuss universal health coverage, without the synergy from the county governments, then it becomes an exercise in futility. The reason I say that, Madam Speaker, is because all the primary level, all the primary care is under the county governments. That is why it has always been my view that the county government should actually endeavor to ensure that every place there is a dispensary, there is a health center, we are able to deal with the issues of diarrhea, issues of ARVs, issues of immunization of children, Madam Speaker, so that we are able to take referral cases to the referral hospitals and the bigger hospitals, Madam Speaker. Every day, I don't think there's a member of this House who does not get complaints about the health centers in my constituency. I know I hear people in Gilgil Hospital suffering, Madam Speaker. People in other small hospitals also suffering, Madam Speaker. If the governors could be able to deal with this, then would have gone along with. The other part, Madam Speaker, is the issue of rural roads. I know we have had a lot of push and pull on this, but recently this money has been disbursed from the Kenya Roads Board to the counties. And I know Nakuru had the highest amount of money on roads, 183 billion, but Madam Speaker, the roads that are called county roads are impassable, and in fact, you don't even need to ask which road belongs to Kera. You can tell by just looking at those roads, Madam Speaker. And it is terrible that even in towns where they should be maintained, it becomes a problem. Madam Speaker, the other issue, governors must also be able to stick to their primary mandates, Madam Speaker. The issue of bursaries, I know we are trying to plug into it and offer bursaries, Madam Speaker, but in education, the two things that are properly allocated under Schedule 4, it is the ECDs and the polytechnics. But Madam Speaker, by now, all ECDs should be free. Have you tried to enroll a child in an ECD, Madam Speaker? It is not cheap, it is not free, even in the primary, even in the government institutions, Madam Speaker. So before the governors can be able to deal with these other bursaries in secondary schools and duplicate what CDF is doing and others, can we deal with ECDs first? Ensure that they are free, and also ensure there is free porridge or free food, Madam Speaker, because that is the foundation of our children. Madam Speaker, if you look at the amount of CDF that is going to 290 constituencies, it is just about 50 or so billion. If you compare the same with 400 or so billion, it surely is a drop in the ocean. I wish we can have more accountability, but as Honorable Bomboe said, there is reluctance of getting a law like the NGCDF law, because I feel like the people who should do it want to be governors, and they enjoy the mess. They enjoy the mess because when there is no that law to show how much goes to CD, how much goes to bursary, how much goes to the health, then they benefit in terms of corruption. So it is actually a deliberate effort not to have that law, Madam Speaker. So I hope that we can be able to deal with that. And the other issue, Madam Speaker, we must deal with. The Senate is obsessed by calling the CSs to answer questions, yet they know they have no constitutional role at all, even to bring a censure motion, Madam Speaker. I wish the Senate can be able to do their role and ensure the oversight of these monies so that we have value for money and the monies that go to the counties, Madam Speaker, are put into good use. The other issue we will have to deal with, Madam Speaker, as I wind up, is the issue of governors running again to be senators immediately after election and subverging the same accountability and oversight that we speak about. The same thing we are dealing with now by senators wanting to be governors. That is where the problem is, Madam Speaker. So those are political problems to have political solutions. But for now, I support and I hope that we can be able to see more than we are seeing from the county governments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Bondo, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to do this very fast. Number one, Madam Speaker, is the whole issue of the parameters that we are using in terms of allocating these revenues. We've not done one critical thing, or the Senate has not done one very critical thing in terms of costing of these functions. We've not done it since the beginning. We have not done it now. And I think it's one critical thing that needs to be done. So that when we are placing money, we place resources where functions are. You don't want to place resources to a county which has also not costed properly their functions. If, for example, in health, if you look at health, average, you look at a constituency, realize that a constituency has around 15 health facilities. And if you check through in terms of what happens in these 15 health facilities, compared even to the number of schools that are in that constituency in relation to what we do, is peanuts, Madam Speaker. So I think this is something that is very critical that needs to be looked at, costing of these functions. And that goes also to what we have, even in this bill. The clause 6, or the clause 6 that they are placed, they're talking about taking functions back to the national government from the counties that are supposed to be based on some kind of costing. I don't know whether the Senate is able to give us, after a period of time, how many counties have transferred some of their functions back to the national government, and how many were able also to transfer back the money that were initially given to them when the functions were not yet transferred. So, Madam Speaker, this I think is very critical that we need to look at it, and the Senate needs to come out very clearly in terms of the issues of costing of these functions. The Constitution reposits the functions clearly, but their costing is a totally different matter that needs to be practical, and that's exactly we need to be placing money where functions are able to be done based on properly costed arrangements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much.
Please press the intervention button if you want to contribute
I
to
thought
this.
I did.
No, you may proceed, but for the others,
okay.
Press the intervention button.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to build on what Honorable Mbui had said. I think this should be the last time we are having a revenue sharing bill that does not contain a clear demarcation of to the limits that county governments can spend on recurrent expenditure. I think it is becoming irresponsible of this House and Senate as well to just be sending money and the public is not seeing any use of the resources that run into trillions that have so far been disbursed to the counties. I think as a House, we now need to develop a new model, and I'll be proposing amendments to the PFM Act so that all the funds, be they equalization funds or shareable revenue that we disburse to the counties, have limits in terms of what can be spent on recurrent expenditure, which we will propose will be a maximum of 30%. That would also include emergency funding, with the 70% being disbursed on the basis of advanced budgets. In other words, with codes, with projects, with constituencies, with wards, and with locations and sub-locations, so that we can save devolution from the greed and the incompetence that we see in our county governments. If we don't do that, there'll be no devolution in 10 years. Honorable Speaker, it is also time that we call out the Senate. There's so much money being spent on illegalities by counties. Why are counties financing bursaries, yet education is not devolved, except for ECD? And do you give ECD children bursaries? it's not clear to me why any county government should be spending money on bursaries. I've also come to learn, to my horror, that county governments are spending a lot of money on funerals. On funerals. And I don't know what line of expenditure in the estimates this is that empowers or gives the governors powers to spend money on private funerals. I'm also aware that counties are spending a lot of money maintaining cheering squads under the guise of public participation. Surely, we cannot be supporting this kind of mismanagement of public resources year in, year out. So I would like to encourage this House that next year we should have amended the Public Finance Management Act and saved devolution. Also, Honorable Speaker, we have this issue of NGCDF. There are some well-known lawyers, but they're basically busybodies who everything they touch normally fails. I hear people are reluctant to mention some of them. But somebody has gone to court challenging the proposed NGCDF bill. The only comfort I can give this House is that this fellow, his name is called Paul Mwangi, he happens to have been my yearmate at the university, everything he touches fails. That is the comfort I can give this House. He was in BBI, it failed. He was in a lot of ODM petitions, they all failed. So I can assure you, even this one will fail, because I know him. Yeah, I know him very well. I even have a matter with him in court. He has refused to show up because it is going to fail. So let us not spend too much time worrying about Paul Mwangi. He will go far, very far indeed, but in the wrong direction, like he always does. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Dido Raso. And honorable members, I think we can have the debates as we go into the committee, even in the committee, so that we can shorten the time for comments and also reduce contributions, so that we continue into the committee also. We'll still have the opportunity to make our contributions. Honorable Dido Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill. And on the onset, I want to say that devolution, as Honorable Emilio Odhiambo explained very ably, is about devolving resources and services to the people. And today, in this country, the only devolved resources that Kenyans are able to put their finger on is NGCDF and NGAF. That is meager resources that are in the purview of the members who sit in this House. But the billions that go to our counties, actually there is no story to tell about them. Today, when ministers or even president visits our counties or constituencies, the only projects that can be commissioned are those projects that belong to the national government or those projects that are done by national government CDF. Honorable Speaker, looking through this list, I come from the county of Marsabit, and I'm really saddened to know that with all these resources, the workers in Marsabit County sometimes go 2, 3 months, 4 months without receiving their salary. And the question I beg is, are these counties not receiving their full remit of their allocation? There are things like hospitals or medical. Most of the people of Marsabit, today you'll find them in Meru, in Embu, or even in Kenyatta. Then you ask yourself, what is happening to those money allocated that are meant for medical support for our people when they are supposed to have a level 6 hospital in the county of Marsabit. Honorable Speaker, what we need to ask, even at the national level, the idea of wastage and corruption through the COB or through Auditor General, people must be put on notice so that cases of corruption in counties should not be entertained. People should have their day in court. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to note the issue of poverty index as part of the criteria for allocation. What we must get on yearly basis, and this I want to direct to the chairman of budget, is we must get a report. What is the improvement in the county of Homa Bay, in the county of Marsabit, in the county of Lamu? On yearly basis, people cannot be permanently poor when they are being given resources. Are those resources helping the people to improve their lives? Honorable Speaker, finally, it is this issue of grants. There are monies that come from World Bank, African Development Bank, and several development partners that go to our counties. What we are slowly discovering, the main resources allocated from the center by the national government appears not to be visible, but governors are hanging onto these other resources that are given by development partners. So the question we must be asking is who is oversighting these funds that actually directly leave the treasury and go to our counties to support agriculture, to support education, and all the different sectors without full purview of this House. Honorable Speaker, finally, around this country, I occasionally go to Kenyatta National Hospital, and I ask myself, why is this hospital so congested that you cannot have the chance to use the lift because there are so many people? And even if you are using the staircases, actually sometimes you fear. Then the answer is a lot of referrals that are coming from our counties is because most of the county medical infrastructure has collapsed. And Kenyatta Hospital has all of a sudden become the first hospital of choice. And we must depart from that. Are we giving Kenyatta National Hospital enough money to actually accommodate all Kenyans when they are in need of medical assistance? Finally, it is this case of recurrent expenditure. What I learned in economics, if you want to build, and it has to apply to our counties, we did not devolve employment. We did not devolve expenditure or money used in a thrift way just for entertainment. So what the national budget system from this House and even from the Treasury must push is to make sure that the 30-70 principle must begin to apply. Because unless we are going into that direction, then counties will just be a place for employment, a place for entertainment of the governors and his system of cartels. And for me, in fact, when I look at this breakdown, going forward, we must ask ourselves the real question. When we have a president who moves around the world, asking for all kinds of support, and those resources that are devolved is not reaching the people, then we must ask the hard questions that are we working in vain? With those remarks, I want to say that I support this, and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Didoraso. The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu. And honorable members, it would be good, because we are dealing with Kara, that you also read to the public what each county is getting and what they got last year. So that the people know how much money we are sending to our counties and can also help in their oversight. Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will not take long. Just want to say that I support this Kara bill, Honorable Speaker. And as a way of starting what you've said, my own county, Kitui, will be getting 11.5 billion this financial year. So, Honorable Speaker, those are quite some substantial resources. And I agree with the colleagues who are saying, if used well, they improve the lives of our people. But, Honorable Speaker, on this bill, two issues. The first issue is it's important that we try to agree on how much is used on recurrent. And I think that attempt has been done in this bill. It indicates how much should go to the county assemblies and how much should go to the executive, the county executive. It's on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the county assemblies have a higher figure in terms of recurrent when you compare with the executive. And basically because most of the work they do is like what we do here. Most of our expenditure in the National Assembly is recurrent in nature. So it is expected they also do the same. The second point, Honorable Speaker, is I agree with colleagues who are saying the Senate has much more to do. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the time we did costing of the functions, county functions, that was 2013, around 2013, 2011, through the then transitional authority, which was there then, Honorable Speaker. Since then, no updated costing of function has been done. And some functions have not been costed at all, Honorable Speaker. So it means even as we budget for the counties, as we give them this money, it is still not clear how much is required for a county to offer the services we expect of them. I do agree with the colleagues that there is a bit of misdirection. But even in addition to that, I think if we want to help the counties through devolution, Honorable Speaker, it is important we get updated costing of the county functions. In that case, we'll be helping the counties. The second point, as I sit down, Honorable Speaker, is the formula, the fourth generation formula, the one we are using now, Honorable Speaker, has once more pushed population to 45% again, Honorable Speaker. And what this thing doing is that the allocating factor, Honorable Speaker, gives a lot of weight to population. Honorable Speaker, what this has done to us as a country, it has taken us back to the seasonal paper number 1 of 1965. So there's going to be serious marginalization of some of the counties. I wish it was possible, Honorable Speaker, that we are able to have some affirmative fund to take care of those counties which are marginalized, just the same way we have equalization fund. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening to the top economists in this country speaking, the Honorable Makali Mulu, and supporting this debate, Honorable Speaker, I rise on standing order number 95, seeking that we quickly allocate the counties the money they deserve, especially Kakamega, which is going to get about 13.6 billion. Let it get it fast enough so that we move into the next cycle, Honorable Speaker. So I call on the mover to reply on that basis, Honorable Speaker.
You have no power to call the mover to reply, Honorable Wangwe. As per procedure, I want to put the question that the mover be called to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I reply, let me take this opportunity to thank members for engaging in this debate vigorously, and also to say that I have listened to your submissions, especially those who are asking the value for money for the people of Kenya by county governments. I want to agree with them that indeed there's so much that counties can do which they are not doing. Honorable Speaker, with those so many remarks, I beg to reply. Who's the question?
Yeah, honorable members, I'm putting the question on the second reading of the matter appearing under order number 11. I therefore put the question, County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2025-2026 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members. Honorable members, on your feet, take your seats. We are now in the Committee of the Whole House for the consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025.
Clause 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
No amendments. I will therefore propose the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
First schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. I put the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Still no amendment. I propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We have come to the end. Let's get the mover to move reporting.
I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Very well. I therefore put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025, and its approval thereof without amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
The chairperson to report to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025, and approved the same without amendments.
The mover move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025. I also request Honorable Mushira to second the motion.
Honorable Mushira.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025. Is it the mood of the House that I put the question? Honorable members, I'll then put the question. This House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The mover to move third reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025, be now read at that time. I also request the Honorable Makali Mulu to second.
The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
I do second.
And honorable members, I propose the question that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025, be now read a third time. No interest. Is it the mood of the House that I put the question? Then honorable members have confirmed we have quorum present in the House for purposes of making a decision. I therefore put the question that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2025, be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2025-2026 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocations and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 13, The County Government's Additional Allocations Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 8 of 2025, second reading.
Move the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to request that this bill be deferred to another date. Yes.
Mover, I'm waiting for you to justify you are requesting that we defer transacting this business listed on the order paper to a future date.
Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has not yet considered this bill, and therefore we want to request that this bill be deferred to a later date.
The Honorable Kangogo Bowen, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to seek your indulgence on the, if it is procedurally right, that the Honorable Chair of Budget can just stand up and to defer a motion which is already in the order paper without, prior writing to the Speaker, for the Speaker to inform the House that this, the business is not going to be transacted.
The Honorable Kangogo Bowen, the request has been made to the Speaker, and he cannot replace the Speaker and start deciding it. The Speaker will accede to your request, hoping that the next time this particular matter is listed, it will be transacted due to the seriousness of the issue it is dealing with. We also understand the Budget and Appropriations Committee was engaged on other important national duties in the recent past and even currently. So because you've transacted the previous matter, we will accede to your request now, hoping it does not prejudice the resourcing of these important activities at the county. Next order.
Order number 14, motion. Consideration of the fourth report of the examination of financial statements for selected state corporations, resumption of debate.
The mover was moving, and Honorable Wangwe, I'm informed you have up to 55 minutes. So proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate you. Right from yesterday, you are on top of this motion, Honorable Speaker, on this report, and I want to appreciate that you gave me time to commence from yesterday to today. I want to begin from where I left yesterday, Honorable Speaker, and I had just made a proposal to the House, Honorable Speaker, on the generalities that apply across the 5 state corporations, Honorable Speaker. And to the interest of my colleagues who were not there yesterday, the report talks about 5 state agencies, Honorable Speaker, being the National Social Security Fund, Communication Authority of Kenya, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, and Kenya Institute of Public Policy, Research and Analysis. Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the House on the generalities that are cut across the 5 agencies, Honorable Speaker, in terms of what the committee observed. One of the issues that cuts across is lack of possession and ownership of documents on land and building. There are institutions, Honorable Speaker, who are in possession of documents, but they can't access the land. Precisely, Honorable Speaker, being an institute like the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, which has a title, Honorable Speaker, but they cannot access the land because the Department of Veterinary Services, Honorable Speaker, under the Ministry of Health, under the Ministry of Agriculture, have stopped access of the institute to the land. Honorable Speaker, there are also agencies who have the land but they don't have the documents. Like the National Social Security Fund, Honorable Speaker, the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, has 16 parcels of land. They own the land, but they don't have the title. That in itself, Honorable Speaker, cuts across all the 5 agencies, just to mention a few. So, Honorable Speaker, what the committee was looking at on how best can this House assist these agencies, Honorable Speaker. And that, when I go to specifics, I'll be able to elaborate what the committee felt. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue of availing of documentation, Honorable Speaker. It so sounds unfortunate that, Honorable Speaker, during the audit, which is never an event, audit is normally a process. It begins by entry. The work is done. The reviewing of the books are done. There is always a management letter, Honorable Speaker, which now stipulates what has been found out and needs clarification. Then a draft is raised, Honorable Speaker, before the Auditor General signs the certificate. It so perturbs the committee, Honorable Speaker, that now when these agencies come before us, they now come rushing with all the documentation as per the audit query. It sounds very ambiguous, very funny, not acceptable. It's a provision in law, in the Public Audit Act. It has a cost one has to bear. And, Honorable Speaker, even in the Article 226 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, does not allow that an agency to hide information from an Auditor General, Honorable Speaker. But it so happens that cutting across various agencies, they mispresent themselves before the auditor, and when the audit comes out with the audit query, which has gone through the various stages, it so happens that now the agencies rush with the files and files coming to appear before PIC or Public Accounts Committee to pretend that now they have the answers. My take, Honorable Speaker, and the committee is we must reprimand these people within the provisions of Section 68(2) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, so that they have to carry the burden and the responsibility that they must inform the Auditor General within the law. That issue, Honorable Speaker, is a reality, and the Auditor General needs not to push, because the law has given the Office of Auditor General power to access information during audit. Honorable Speaker, another issue that comes across is the issue of poor governance and weak internal controls. What do I mean, Honorable Speaker, by this issue? Delay in appointment of board of directors. You find, Honorable Speaker, an agency taking 2 years without a chairperson of the board of directors, taking so long without the enough quorum in terms of the appointees, not the seconded directors, Honorable Speaker. That's the alternate to the PS of Finance or the line minister, Honorable Speaker. We need the substantive board members. It takes too long, Honorable Speaker, for it to happen. What do I mean by this? The committee, Honorable Speaker, observed that the set of agencies who have poorly existed or are considered by no board of directors, Honorable Speaker, and we have an example. The Circle Society Regulatory Authority, Honorable Speaker, did not have substantive chair from 6th February 2017 to 20th September 2018. Such a long period, Honorable Speaker, and if you can read, this year is ending 2018, but if you read in the recent past, Honorable Speaker, you can see what has happened to this agency in terms of governance. It has an issue, and it has been in public knowledge that there were challenges, Honorable Speaker. The Communication Authority of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, the National Social Security Fund, in terms of senior management, were all acting, Honorable Speaker. A whole agency as good as National Social Security Fund did not have substantive staff at that time, Honorable Speaker. Not now when they have now filled. But by the time of audit for the year 2018-2019, they did not have substantive officers at the top. And Honorable Speaker, you will agree with me that an agency has a triangle kind of approach in terms of management. The top management is always one and comes down to the base. So if you have a base without a head, Honorable Speaker, you expect no good results. And Communication Authority of Kenya is an example of those agencies who did not have substantive officers at that time in senior management. Honorable Speaker, that in itself goes against the provisions of the Public Service Act, Cap 185, which cites that lack of properly constituted board of directors to approve the recruitment is the main cause, Honorable Speaker, because all that top management is aligned to the board. The board is the one in charge or charged with the responsibility on appointment of senior managers, Honorable Speaker. In the absence of substantive holders of those offices, Honorable Speaker, it becomes very difficult to align management to the governance rules of the day, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we had various recommendations which we felt as a committee, Honorable Speaker, that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the Inspector General, Inspector of State Corporations, with the help of the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, should initiate the process of amending the State Corporations Act to make it clear that no entity should be allowed to make any financial commitment without properly constituted board of directors. Honorable Speaker, whereas it is within the PFM Act, Honorable Speaker, which commits you, but the State Corporations Act, Honorable Speaker, which regulates the agencies from day to day, does not envisage that, has not been provided for, and we also want it to be anchored in the State Corporations Act so that it tightens up everything, notwithstanding the provisions in the PFM Act 2012. The committee also, Honorable Speaker, reprimand the appointing authorities for the delays in the constituting of failing to fill the existing vacancies in the boards of various state corporations promptly. And Honorable Speaker, in this case, the responsible persons are the line ministers, Honorable Speaker, who could not move with the speed to replace the existing, the much needed members of the board on time, leading to improper and weak governance and internal controls. Honorable Speaker, the other challenge that cuts across various agencies in the years under review were issues to do with court cases, Honorable Speaker. Court cases are issues, Honorable Speaker, beyond you and I, beyond this House, and the doctrine of separation of powers, Honorable Speaker, does not allow the National Assembly to superintend the judiciary. Once the matter is in court, it's allowed that the court process takes its due process, and Honorable Speaker, it's an impediment. It's a challenge which puts various agencies into a situation which is difficult, especially, Honorable Speaker, matters of land. Most of the agencies having land issues, the dispute ends up in court, and the court cannot be pushed. All we have to say, Honorable Speaker, is that we seek that let the courts listen to cases, give priority to cases which are affecting agencies that are government in nature, so that the matters can be resolved as quick as possible. Honorable Speaker, issues which were raised in various PIC reports calling for the expeditious conclusion of the cases, Honorable Speaker, are yet to be resolved. Dating back to 2008 on some matters, National Social Security Fund, the matter of Embakasi, among other issues, is one of the issues, the cases. What did we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That within 3 months upon adoption of this report, let the Inspector General, Inspectorate of State Corporations, carry out a review of all entities with pending court cases, prepare a comprehensive status report, and submit it to the National Assembly with a copy to the Attorney General, who will initiate the process of fast-tracking the conclusion of the cases within reasonable time. Honorable Speaker, it's only through the Attorney General that we can get in touch with the judiciary so that let them discuss and see how difficult these issues of land and court cases are bedeviling the agencies. Honorable Speaker, we also felt that the accounting officers should strive to embrace alternative dispute resolution mechanisms in the resolution of disputes before going to court. Honorable Speaker, some of the cases in court could be resolved outside the court, and even some of the cases, Honorable Speaker, which we saw ended up in outside dispute resolution after several years. We felt, Honorable Speaker, that let them embrace that route rather than quickly moving into court cases so that it keeps on dragging and taking too long before the matter is concluded. Honorable Speaker, the other challenge which cuts across is the underfunding and low budgetary disbursements. The committee, Honorable Speaker, noted with concern instances, Honorable Speaker, where state corporations that relied on exchequer appropriations were underfunded and low budgeted disbursement despite their budgets being initially approved. Honorable Speaker, what surprised us is the issue of the Child Welfare Society. Child Welfare Society, Honorable Speaker, was allocated funds. But midway, all the funds were removed and was directed elsewhere by the National Treasury. And Honorable Speaker, being an obedient agent, they could not do anything other than living hand to mouth, and they have no any other source of income rather than relying on exchequer. All the development plans that they had were to be shelved. And so, Honorable Speaker, this is a challenge which we would want to ask the National Treasury to play, not to play well when it comes to cutting budgets. They should rather cut half the budgets and let the projects move into the next financial year, rather than depleting the entire budget. So leaving the agents, Honorable Speaker, vulnerable to budgetary controls, which do not allow the institution to move to any direction. What did we recommend, Honorable Speaker? The committee recommended that the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury endeavors to allocate and disperse adequate funds as appropriated to the state corporations funded by the national government. That's exactly what I've explained, Honorable Speaker. And we felt it's important that National Treasury looks down into such issues, not just to rise and deplete the entire budget. It defeats the logic of budgeting. It defeats the logic, Honorable Speaker, of budgets coming into this House to various sectors, and those sectors, Honorable Speaker, are wiped out in terms of their budgets without reference to Parliament, Honorable Speaker. What is the need for budgets to come to the House? Yet, Honorable Speaker, in the process, disbursement does not arise. In the process, the reason as to why Child Welfare Society was established is to support Kenyan children who are under difficult conditions. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you cut their budgets, if they don't establish the various houses that they would want to set up children homes, where do you expect our children who could be under distress be shelved, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, allow me to walk the House on the various 5 agencies as I have discussed, so that individual agency, we can see what happened with it in these various financial years. In the year 2019-2020 and 2018-2019, Honorable Speaker, allow me to take the House through the issues that came up to the National Social Security Fund. There were, Honorable Speaker, an issue to do with cash and cash equivalents. This is an issue, Honorable Speaker, that made the committee to refer this matter for further investigation by the Auditor General. The committee noted, Honorable Speaker, that within the cash and cash equivalent transactions, Honorable Speaker, there was a whopping 100 million shillings, Honorable Speaker, that moved out of the bank but was not represented in the books of the National Social Security Fund. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, it was not possible for the committee to establish whether that was a genuine transaction or where did these funds go to. But, Honorable Speaker, the managing trustee and his team managed to explain to the committee that the issue was a system error, an error occasioned by moving from one system to another, and that error led into 100 million shillings not being transferred. Honorable Speaker, we could not listen to such, and we referred the matter to the Auditor General for further investigation, and she agreed that during the audit of this year, she'll be able to give us the audit of the year together with the findings of how the system misbehaved or behaved, whichever way, that the 100 million shillings was not captured in the transaction. Further, Honorable Speaker, there was an amount of 134,335,975 on payments in the bank statements which were not also captured in the cash book, whose anomaly arose mainly from 2 bank accounts in KCB at main expenditure account and the contribution account, Honorable Speaker, at National Bank of Kenya. The committee felt, Honorable Speaker, the transaction was suspect, and we could not, Honorable Speaker, approve the way the transaction had appeared. Honorable Speaker, there was also explanation by the accounting officer that in 2012, an amount of 100 million was the same, Honorable Speaker, that I had explained. And Honorable Speaker, arising from the above observations, the committee had requested that the Auditor General combines the 2 figures, Honorable Speaker, of 135 and the figure of 100 million to come out in the audit of this year when they carry out the annual audit. Honorable Speaker, The PFM National Government Regulation 2015 envisages that the accounting officer shall ensure any discrepancies noted during bank reconciliation exercise are investigated immediately and appropriately action taken, including updating the relevant cash box. Honorable Speaker, we felt that there was laxity on the side of the accounting officer, particularly this time being the issue of the Director of Finance not having responsibly handled the issues, Honorable Speaker, and the reason having arisen, Honorable Speaker, on the issues of acting senior management. That issue of acting, Honorable Speaker, does not give anyone the strength and ambition to work towards resolving various issues immediately. What did we recommend, Honorable Speaker, on the foregoing? That within the current audit cycle, Honorable Speaker, as stipulated in Article 2294 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Auditor General should submit the forensic audit report as requested by the committee. Honorable Speaker, it's constitutional, it's provided for, and Honorable Speaker, within the mandate of the Auditor General, we expect that she will give us the report when time comes in this year's audit. The committee, Honorable Speaker, then reprimanded the then accounting officer and any other officers responsible for preparing bank reconciliation for breach of reconciliation Regulation 90, subsection 3 of the PFM National Government Regulations 2015. Honorable Speaker, there were issues to do with rent debtors. The fund management, Honorable Speaker, had not instituted strong internal controls to safeguard the fund assets against loss. And Honorable Speaker, there is a tenant, Honorable Speaker, who presented fake banking slips amounting to 9,327,627 as rent by the proprietors of Kenya College of Medicine for space occupied in Hazina and View Park Towers. Honorable Speaker, it really perturbed the committee that a tenant can present figures to a level of 9,327,627 in form of payment of rent, and it goes unidentified. It goes unnoticed so long that that money to date is still not with NSSF. Honorable Speaker, the loss of 9.3 million, which I've mentioned, is attributed only to nothing but weak controls set out in Regulation 90 of the PFM, National Government Regulation 2015, on preparation of bank reconciliations. Because if the accountant or the head of finance was quick, was strong enough to do his reconciliations, Honorable Speaker, he would have picked that there is some figures at the end of the month which are missing, and it would not have taken the managing trustee that long to realize that some money were missing, and necessary actions would have been taken. The loss of rental income, Honorable Speaker, totaling to 30,681,000, which was collected by Milligan and Company Limited from the fund's tenants in Nairobi at Bruce House, Hazina Trade Center, View Park Towers, and Nyayo Estate, might be attributable to poor drawn agreements whose loopholes were exploited by agents. Honorable Speaker, it so finds that these tenants also enjoyed the loophole in the tenancy agreement, which could not tie them down, especially Milligan as an agent who could collect money and then ends up with the money into his account rather than depositing the money when he collects into NSSF account, but he could deposit into the Milligan's account so that Milligan writes the check to NSSF. That kind of agreement, Honorable Speaker, is outdated. Of course, it's not the situation now. This is for the year 2018-2019, 2019-2020. But that time, Honorable Speaker, that process and procedure for engagement in terms of contracting was wrong. The management produced before the committee, Honorable Speaker, a decree issued in Nairobi in High Court case number HCCC 859 of 1997, which was NSSF versus Milligan and Company Limited, dated 6th November 1997, arising from a consent judgment where judgment was entered in favor of NSSF against Milligan Company Limited for a sum of 15 million. And the amount was to be paid in 3 equal monthly installments of 5 million each. Honorable Speaker, this remains a story in theater. It has not been actualized. This money is still outstanding. Despite all that long time, various managing trustees have existed, and no money has been received from Milligan, making it, Honorable Speaker, a total loss in the books. What did we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That upon 3 months upon adoption of this report, let the EACC, Honorable Speaker, carry out investigations into the two matters on Kenya College of Medicine and Milligan and Company Limited with a view to establishing whether there was any breach of the law or regulation on the part of the concerned NSSF officers who occasioned and aided in occasioning the loss of 40,008,627, further establish whether the amounts would be recovered from the estates of the proprietors of Kenya College of Medicine and Milligan and Company Limited. So that, Honorable Speaker, let Kenyans not lose any money. Money held with NSSF is not for Kenyans, it's for workers. This is workers' money. People have had to sweat. People have had to toil around to save money. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, nobody should just go to NSSF and say, want to take away the money that belongs to the Kenyan workers. Let this money, let us go a notch higher. Look for the directors of these companies. They should not drive good cars in town, and Kenyan workers are languishing in poverty. Honorable Speaker, the authority did not avail supporting documentation for audit on the adjustments of the 2,638,140 and 3,417,716 under freehold land and buildings and civil works. Honorable Speaker, they were able to avail the details during the committee meeting, but these documents were not availed to the auditors at the time of audit. Despite the process having been elaborate, there having been a management letter, there having been an entry, and all audit process having taken place. The issue is, why didn't they give the documents on time? The authority failed to submit to the Auditor General the ownership documents of its freehold land addition, totaling to about 41,788,000. We're asking, Honorable Speaker, why should they come before the committee and give us the documents? The committee should not be dealing with the documents, Honorable Speaker. The documents were supposed to be with the auditors, and when the auditors are coming into their offices, let them give the auditors the documents. Let them not wait to give the documents to the committee, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what did we have to conclude? That the then accounting officer who failed to provide the required information for audit pursuant to Section 62(1) of the Public Audit Act 2015 and the DPP should prosecute the responsible officer in accordance with Section 62(2) of the Public Audit Act Cap 4 and 2B. Honorable Speaker, the actions are there. They are in writing in those two sections. Once you fail to give the documents, the section, Honorable Speaker, has prescribed the necessary rules on what you are supposed to do. Therefore, what we did, Honorable Speaker, we simply referred the officers to go and explain why didn't they give those documents then. Honorable Speaker, there was the issue of employee cost salaries and wages, and what we observed, Honorable Speaker, was as follows: that the authority did not avail to the Auditor General the approval and the reasons for payment of bonuses to staff amounting to 9.5 million. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the authority was in breach of Section 621C of the Public Audit Act, which requires that a person shall not, without justification, fail to provide information within reasonable time that is required under the Act. Honorable Speaker, let me look at the issues on Communication Authority of Kenya with respect to the human resource, Honorable Speaker. The CAK Human Resource and Capital Policy Manual, clause 4.7.2, referred to in the management submission in merit increments, states that employees who have reached the maximum of their salary scales with positive appraisal ratings may be awarded a lump sum performance bonuses equivalent to one or more annual increment, but not more than 3 per year, which was invalid in the circumstances. Honorable Speaker, we are in the Kenyan Constitution 2010. Where does the issue of salary lie? It lies with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, not the policy manual, not the human resource manual that is prepared in a corporation. Honorable Speaker, CAK went ahead to reward employees' bonuses without referring to Salaries and Remuneration Commission. What did the committee recommend, Honorable Speaker? That within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the Inspector General State Corporations should recover the overpayment of 4,705,605 from the board members and accounting officer who authorized the payment and the paying officers who paid the amount irregularly in accordance with the law. Honorable Speaker, state corporations are managed by the boards, and it's the duty of the board of directors to know what is being paid out, and the CEOs and various senior management should know what they are paying out. And if they are paying out unlawfully, Honorable Speaker, it's not the duty of that employee to come back and ask for the money, but the person who paid, Honorable Speaker, the board directors who sanctioned the payment, and Honorable Speaker, the policy which they showed the committee was approved by the board members, Honorable Speaker, in a full board meeting. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, it's binding to them. Let them now explain and recover that money as far as the law is concerned, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move the issues of Child Welfare Society of Kenya, in specific, Honorable Speaker, that the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, does not possess ownership document for 16 parcels of land located across the country. It's so amazing, Honorable Speaker, that the society has a vast chunk of land across the country, ranging from Nairobi, Laikipia, Nakuru, across the country in totality. But, Honorable Speaker, the agency does not have land titles. The ownership of several parcels of land, Honorable Speaker, belonging to the society have been grabbed, while others are in court disputes. Honorable Speaker, because there is the absence of the ownership, it's not a must that, Honorable Speaker, some lands, the society has built houses, and when Kenyans develop appetite for land, Honorable Speaker, they walk into your free land. When they see any idle land, not fenced, not housed, they tend to move in and occupy the land. Some is by the rich people. Also, some lands, Honorable Speaker, are occupied by squatters. What did we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the Accounting Officer, Child Welfare Society, should liaise with the Ministry of Lands and the National Land Commission to ensure that they secure ownership documents for all the society land and report back to the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, is the mandate of the Ministry of Lands, particularly the National Land Commission, to really secure government land and identify that they make sure the agency has the necessary documents. And also we said, Honorable Speaker, that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer should expedite the conclusion of the court cases and fast-track the acquisition of title deeds and submit a status report to the committee. Why did we say expedite what is in court, Honorable Speaker? Some matters that were pending in court, Honorable Speaker, the CEO of Child Welfare Society indicated to the committee like there were people who were keen on resolving matters outside the court. But her hands were tied in terms of resolution. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we felt it's important she rises up the scale and negotiates outside the court so that they resolve some disputes that are rising. Also, there were issues of fencing, Honorable Speaker, where some people have encroached into the land she's not able to access. That is not an issue, Honorable Speaker, to delay and belabor and wait for Parliament to resolve. She should quickly move in, get the police officers. The land title she has is her land, or the land belongs to Child Welfare Society. Honorable Speaker, there are also issues of budget and budgetary controls, particularly on revenue, which I had earlier on alluded to. And I repeat, Honorable Speaker, that Child Welfare Society reported a shortfall in receipts, Honorable Speaker, of 2,611,269,087, which was, Honorable Speaker, 76% of the budget revenue. How do you run a corporation, Honorable Speaker, when you have 76% budget cut out of your budget? The shortfall, Honorable Speaker, which affects the planned activities and impacted negatively on service delivery of the public. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we did recommend that the accounting officer should ensure at all times that the budgets are realistic, achievable, and always adhere to annual work plans, procurement plans, and revenue collection schedules in compliance with Regulation 44.2 of the PFM National Government Regulations of 2015. Honorable Speaker, we also recommended that the National Treasury should endeavor to always provide adequate funds to enable the society achieve its mandate. because, Honorable Speaker, the CEO explained that the entire 76% was wholly funded by the National Treasury, which eventually, in the morning of a day, woke up and simply took away the entire budget. Honorable Speaker, specific society which I want to move the House to is the SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, famously SASRA. Financial years 2017-2018, they had an issue, Honorable Speaker, of governance. They lacked the board chairperson. Honorable Speaker, the authority operated with us as a substantive chairperson, contrary to Section 1 of the Mwongozo Code of Governance and Section 6.1, particularly subsection R of the State Corporations Act, Cap 446. Honorable Speaker, running an organization without a chair is a serious issue. What did we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That the committee reprimands the then Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises for the delays in constituting the existing vacancies in the SACCO Society Regulatory Authorities Board. This is purely in the mandate of the Minister or the Cabinet Secretary in charge, whom we call to order that he should not allow such an agency to exist, take long, 2 years, without a chairperson. And yet, Honorable Speaker, you expect budgets to be undertaken. Honorable Speaker, this is not only within Mwongozo. The PFM Act envisages that you can only take money where the agency is properly constituted and the taxpayers' money are properly safeguarded. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's an offense, and we call the Cabinet Secretary responsible to order. Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 2018-2019, there was an observation on SASRA on financial performance. The authority's total expenditure, Honorable Speaker, was higher than its total revenue, occasioning a deficit amounting to 45,539,596. This affected the planned activities and impacted negatively on service delivery to the public. Honorable Speaker, this is a unique scenario where an agency spends more than what it has budgeted for. What does it mean, Honorable Speaker? It means the money which it's spending has not been approved within the statutes of budgeting process. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, the agency made some income and spent without the approval of National Treasury, without the approval of Parliament. That is against the law. Honorable Speaker, there were poor financial performance, if not addressed through an effective strategy, may lead to severe financial and operational difficulties in the near future. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, when you see what has happened in the recent past on SASRA, the issue has been picked, it began in 2017-2018 and 2019-2020. Had we safeguarded this situation, would not have gone the way last year, this year early, the reports that we saw in the newspaper and the audited accounts of 2023-24 reflections, Honorable Speaker. What do we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That within 3 months, upon adoption of the report, the accounting officer should document and submit a report to the respective departmental committee on the cost-effective strategies devised to enhance revenue collections in order to effectively fulfill its supervisory and regulatory mandate as per the amended 2011 levy order. Honorable Speaker, why did we refer to the departmental committee? Because this is an issue of day-to-day, and we would want to involve, Honorable Speaker, the departmental committee in charge of SACCO Society Regulatory Authority, Honorable Speaker, to be overseeing the budgets, which normally gets, the law requires that every quarterly agencies submit budgets, expenditures into this House. So we refer it back to the departmental committee, Honorable Speaker, so that they supervise this agency on a very close monitoring, so that by the time we do the annual accounts, Honorable Speaker, we would have known exactly what is the position of this SACCO society. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to move the House to what we observed in the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. In financial year 2014-2015, Honorable Speaker, the issue of property, plant, and equipment, the accounting officer, Honorable Speaker, was put into breach of Regulation 139 of the PFM National Government Regulation 2015, section, which requires accounting officers of the national government to take full responsibility and ensure proper control systems are in place to safeguard the assets, internal accounting standards, that is International Accounting Standard number 16, which requires entities to disclose sufficient relevant, representational, faithful information about property, plant, and equipment to enable users of its financial statements to understand and evaluate the effective property, plant, and equipment has on the financial position. Honorable Speaker, financial performance and cash flow of the entity and KIPRA, Section 21, which requires the Institute to keep proper books and other records of accounts of incomes, expenditure, assets, and liability. Honorable Speaker, in a nutshell, what we are saying is the accounts were in a zigzag position. The auditor recommended that, Honorable Speaker, in the audit query, that they were not able to pick specific transactions as and how they were called upon. Honorable Speaker, observation number 2 was the committee noted with concern that KIPRA had the title of the land, however, had no possession of the same since the Department of Veterinary Services had fenced and blocked KIPRA from accessing the land. Honorable Speaker, this calls upon the head of public service to really invite the two agencies and make an order on who should access the land. KIPRA, Honorable Speaker, has the title, but the Department of Veterinary has fenced off the land and stopped another sister agency, which is KIPRA, to access the land. Honorable Speaker, one government cannot be fighting each other right, left, and center, and we call upon the head of public service to come in and streamline the agencies so that each agency who has individual mandate is able to execute without being obstructed by another. Also, Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that by the time of this audit, revaluation of the land had been done, but the institute failed to disclose the value of the land in their financial statements. Honorable Speaker, you can only value the land when you have the title. And since KIPRA has the title to the land, it was able to value the land, but instead they could not disclose the value into the financials against the PFM regulation and international accounting standards, Honorable Speaker. From the financial year 2016-2017, the value of the land is incorporated in the financial statements, meaning, Honorable Speaker, until after we picked the issue is when they had to come up and disclose the issues, the value of the land in the subsequent financial statement, which is wrong, Honorable Speaker. That's an undisclosure, and it has a penalty in law. What did we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That the accounting officer should at all times ensure that the provisions of Regulation 139 of the PFM National Government Regulation 2015 are strictly adhered to for proper asset management. Within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of National Treasury and Economic Planning, Cabinet Secretary in charge of Agriculture and Livestock Development, in conjunction with the National Land Commission, to fast-track and resolve the issue of the KIPRA land. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the board expenses also came up, that the management of KIPRA, Honorable Speaker, disclosed board expenses and general expenses which contravened the guidelines issued by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board that requires each public entity to report board expenses as a standalone expenditure. Honorable Speaker, this is a way of financial engineering so that you hide expenses and make your financial statements appear very smart. Yet, Honorable Speaker, the board expenses have gone beyond what is allowed in terms of expenditure, the number of sittings you are supposed to sit, and so the auditors picked it as an issue. 2, Honorable Speaker, during the financial year 15-16, the board expenses increased to 10,305,000 from 5,839,000 for the preceding year, which represents approximately 77% increase. This was majorly contributed by the board having numerous meetings in regard to operational related functions rather than strategic related functions. Honorable Speaker, you need to know that a board has a limitation in terms of number of meetings, and those number of meetings cannot be superseded by the board creating its own activities so that the directors can earn some remuneration. Honorable Speaker, we felt that that was against the law, and so we did make the following recommendation: that the accounting officer should always adhere to the provisions of Section 81, particularly subsection 3 of the PFM Act Cap 412A with regard to the guidance issued by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, which, whose standards, Honorable Speaker, stipulates that one has to report transactions within where they need to lie. You cannot, Honorable Speaker, hide information as entries into a major account so that you run away from declaring the right entries. Honorable Speaker, errors of transposition, errors of omission are excuses, Honorable Speaker, which accounting officers want to use so that, Honorable Speaker, they can run away in their financial statements. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion of my submission of the fourth report, allow me to thank the membership of my committee, the Vice Chair, Honorable Caleb Amisi, the members, some who are here. I can see the great member for Kwanza is here with me. I saw Mheshimiwa, the member for Daya was around. The great member for Kaiti is waiting to speak, is around. And all my colleagues who supported me to come up with this report. And this report is fully approved by the entire membership. Allow me to appreciate the Secretariat through the Clerk of the National Assembly and the directors of committees for their tireless support to making sure that this report has appeared full of quality and full of information to the House and to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask the great member of Kwanza, the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, to second.
The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Yes, sir. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity and you can see to thank our chairman of the PIC. He has actually given us a very detailed information. We have gone through all this, and the only thing, Mr. Speaker, that we have done is that we have given time frame within which the correction must be taken very seriously. And we also want to say that in some of the cases, Mr. Speaker, the agents may even come before this House so they can be able to effectively do what we can, because there are 5 parastatals, and you can see some of the issues are very, very minor. Some of them are actually source of corruption in this country. Without even having to be explained, the chairman has actually detailed all the items that we have gone through. And I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the other members of this committee to thank Chairman for having had this detailed report, this House. And I do believe that the most serious thing, Mr. Speaker, that has come out is a parastatal, or at least an organization having a title deed, but can't access the land. That again is something that others have got the land, but they have no title deed. So the sum total of all this, Mr. Speaker, is actually corruption. Corruption, corruption, corruption. I think I want to also take this opportunity to say that those who actually feel that maybe the committee may not be as effective will be called in this House to be able to do some of the give some of the answers that actually are so clearing. And again, the other thing is that, Mr. Speaker, and the chairman has made it very clear. You can imagine the governance of some of these parastatals taking as many as 2-3 years to get a chairman or the board. What does that tell you as a Kenyan? It means there's something more than it is. Sometimes they have no chairman. They have no chairman. So how do they operate? Yeah, and I think the chairman has also come out very clear on the same thing. And there are pending cases in court. And I think we also want to urge, and we've given them deadline, as I said, that cases which are in court should actually be taken up very seriously. And if anything, they should be solved within 3 months at most. I think that's what the chairman has said, and that's how we have agreed to be able to sort out some of these issues that he has raised. And then, of course, you find yourself, there's a budget which actually they are given money, as the chairman mentioned, and some of this funding you'll find on paper is too low, or too small, or rather too low.
And therefore, disbursement again becomes an issue. Again, how do you operate? You're actually not encouraging people to do what is supposed to be done. And therefore, we want, for example, NSSF to be investigated thoroughly on these 100 million shillings that our chairman has just mentioned. And of course, the other thing, as you mentioned, I don't want just to repeat what he has said because he has made it very clear. Imagine fake banking slips in some of these protests. And it's true. I mean, because whoever is handling the cash, whatever it is, he has, whatever is there is on the same thing that's supposed to be there. Fake banking slips. Again, something that I think the chairman has made it very clear. We have actually noted some of those, and we are saying whatever it is, we will be able to deal with it. And therefore, without wasting so much time on this, I want to take this opportunity to thank my chairman for having come out with this detailed report. And therefore, I support the report. And I second the report.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the fourth report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th October 2024. A, National Social Security Fund for the financial year 2019-2020. B, Communication Authority, financial year 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. C, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, financial year 2014-2015. D, Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority, financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and 2019-2020. And E, Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, financial year 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, and 2017-2018. I want to give members who would like to contribute to this particular one the opportunity to do so. But before I do so, Chairperson of the Committee on Public Investments Committee and Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, I need to commend you. I've never, while presiding, seen a motion so well moved, in detail and with the requisite effectiveness. And I hope all chairs of committees were watching the proceedings as you moved and as you are ably seconded by the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. That is how we want motions to be moved, particularly when they concern such reports. You've moved so well that any member contributing has a lot of ease now knowing what this bulky report is about. In fact, I dare tell you, in a number of jurisdictions, a decision would be made straight away. And that really helps not just the House, but also informs the Kenyans watching the proceedings is engaged in. So let me first recognize the Honorable Njeri Maina, referred to outside the House as Itungati. And she has refused to of course, tell the House what that font name means. Honorable Jerry Maina, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The name Mitungati means true servant of the people, and it is my honor to carry that sacred duty. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the Chair and the committee for a very well-detailed document that espouses the issues that are bedeviling our parastatals and state agencies. Honorable Speaker, the very good Member of Parliament, Honorable Anyonyi, has said corruption, corruption, corruption. Honorable Speaker, just recently, we have seen the Auditor General flag loss of more than Kenya shillings 9 billion from the e-citizen platform. A platform that is a one-stop shop for all government services. And I wonder for how long, Honorable Speaker, we will speak about corruption in this country without measures being put in place, without action being taken against the perpetrators of economic violence against this great nation. Honorable Speaker, our youth, our young people are languishing in poverty. They have no opportunities for employment because they are those that seek to drain this country of its resources to the very end of it. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight the issues of the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, a very important saga that is mandated with protection, the welfare, the care of our children. Honorable Speaker, in light of the BBC expose, it is so disheartening to watch that in this day and age, we have failed as a country to protect our young children from sexual exploitation. Children as young as 10-year-olds.
Yeah, the Honorable Jerry Maina, I regret, permit me to interrupt, just to intervene in your contribution and welcome a visiting institution which is seated in the public gallery. Honorable members, we have in the public gallery Chemalal Sunshine School from Konoin constituency in the Great Bomet County. On my own behalf and on behalf of the National Assembly, the students, their teachers, and the entire institution is welcome to this house to observe the proceedings. Thank you very much. Honorable Jerry, you can now proceed.
Honorable Speaker, the Child Welfare Society is a very integral part of the very foundations of the future that we seek to be better for our children. Honorable Speaker, you just need to take a walk in Nairobi CBD, where you will find young girls as young as 6, 7, who should be school-going children, that even on days when they should be in school, Honorable Speaker, they are begging on our streets. If you take a keener look into the issue, you'll find that there's someone always at the end of the street who seems to be the one running the show and getting the proceeds that the children raise. Honorable Speaker, why are we allowing this? When children should be in school, when children should be doing perhaps even extracurricular activities that their age mates do, they are being subjected to inhumane acts, Honorable Speaker, to exploitation where they are being recorded for sex, trafficking, to entertain adults. Honorable Speaker, we must ask ourselves as a nation, and we have had the able chair tell us that funds that had been allocated to the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, the Treasury deemed it necessary to take away those funds and allocate or reallocate them to another vote head. How then is a welfare society mandated to protect our children supposed to operate, Honorable Speaker? Even as we raise the issues of governance, we must fully equip necessary parastatals like these ones to ensure that they can execute their mandate and execute it as per the requirements and the current needs of our nation. Honorable Speaker, my attention is also drawn to NSSF. We have seen recently an audit report where the Auditor General has indicated that over 16 billion Kenya shillings has been lost and is unaccounted for by NSSF. Retirees, Honorable Speaker, they work for many years, saving their mega earnings so that they can have an easier life, access to health care services, so that they can be able to put a meal on the table. But then we have an institution that is so diabolically corrupted, so hell-bent on impoverishing retirees, that, Honorable Speaker, you would be very shocked to learn that over 900 million was paid, apparently wrongfully, to KRA as tax revenue, even after they were tax exempt. Who is responsible for this? That is negligence, Honorable Speaker, and someone must be held to account. I mean, these are both government agencies, KRA and NSSF. So to say that they were unaware that they should not be remitting any tax means that they have failed in their job in protecting the mega savings of retirees. Honorable Speaker, further, they invested Kenya shillings 115 million on a parcel of land, and that title has not been revoked. Honorable Speaker, even a first-year law student will tell you that you have to do due diligence before you purchase any property. It is incumbent upon the buyer to do and execute the duty of due diligence. The Auditor General further flags investment into government bonds that have derogated the fund further and taken away from the bonuses that retirees should be receiving. Honorable Speaker, as a House, and we have heard from the report, we cannot be blind to this. Someone must be held to account. If it is a veil, it must be taken off, and the person who has made those investments that have costed the Kenyan retiree, the persons who are culpable of negligence must refund those monies to the Kenyan retirees, Honorable Speaker. So that in old age, Honorable Speaker, because both you and I will be old at some point, we can be able to afford a kg of rice, and because I don't think we will be having teeth then, Honorable Speaker, at a certain age, so that we can be able to have an easier life and access healthcare and other social amenities. Honorable Speaker, I commend the committee once again, and I applaud them, and I say that other committees should learn from this very esteemed committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Itungati. The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi, the MP for Buri, will now speak. The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi will now speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know the point of order my colleague want to bring up. If it's related to the contributor, she has already sat down. Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Eric Muchangi, my silence means I've not recognized you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So you will remain quiet until I do.
Thank you, Mr.
If you
Speaker.
continue, the consequences are also in the standing order.
Mr. Speaker, we have something in common with Karemba. Me, I'm natural. His was fixed. So most likely he's wondering what this man who has a gray hair speaking in front of him at is a dignified member.
May Honorable Eric Muchangi approach the Speaker.
Order.
Honorable Eric Muchangi, approach the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let me first of all take this opportunity to congratulate the chairman and the committee for presenting a very well-detailed report. Mr. Speaker, my observation from this report is as follows. One, this report has brought out very clearly the failure by various organizations here quoted in terms of governance. Mr. Speaker, governance is essential, in particular running of government businesses and even private sector businesses. Setting the correct systems under which these organizations are governed and operated. Mr. Speaker, when we have a mechanism that is not producing results of the goals that it was desired, it shows that organization is on the path of death. Mr. Speaker, the principles of corporate governance applies to these institutions: National Social Security Fund, the Communication Authority, Child Welfare Society, SESLA, and the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Mr. Speaker, these are very, very important institutions. NSSF, the organization charged with the responsibility of investing our savings. If anything, I didn't expect that this organization will be put in this criteria of because it's not performing, of an organization that has been brought out that it is not compliant to corporate governance. And that tells me there's a problem with the people charged with running this organization. It is not the issue of dread appointment. There is a CEO who is in charge of the operations of the government, of the institution. The board is an advisory board. But technically, the staff handed by the CEO are the ones in charge of day-to-day mechanisms of running the organization. Mr. Speaker, all these institutions are run by law, State Corporation Acts, NSSF, Communication Authority, all of them, they are running under Act. So they cannot run away. The most unfortunate thing is, Mr. Chairman, you note that these are they are delayed reports. They are coming 5 years late. We don't know what has happened between 2020 and 2025. Meaning, we have a deeper problem. And we cannot pretend. Mr. Speaker, NSSF is supposed to be investing my money for my retirement. But we are hearing money is coming out. They don't even know what they are supposed to pay and when and how. Surely. It's excellent the president is trying to bring a policy where we need to enhance savings. But the little that these people are given, they are misusing. Mr. Speaker, what I didn't hear from the committee. And Mr. Chairman, you excuse me if really you did bring it out. What action that need to be taken against the people handling these kind of activities? It should come out. You need to tell Kenyans that you have recommended these people to be prosecuted, not to be reprimanded. These are people who need to exit the institutions. Mr. Speaker, Communication Authority. The Communication Authority is the organization charged with the responsibility of entire networks, communications, everything. But it is being now brought up in areas of inefficiency. I think something is not wrong. And this is not the issue of government. It is specific people charged with the responsibilities who are not executing their responsibilities effectively. Mr. Speaker, Children Welfare Society, excuse me, our children. We should not even be discussing. These are things that I call automatic. They need to be funded automatic. Any sane accounting officer, any principal secretary, any CS, when it comes to the matters of our children, that need to be given a first priority. Mr. Speaker, truly, do we understand our moral responsibilities for our children when we hear an institution that is changed with our people, our children, is not funded properly? I think we have a problem, and we need to speak. Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked that Sasila, where again we put our savings, something is wrong. Something is wrong. One principle of good governance is accountability, transparency. We need to have effective institutions that are operating. So basically, Mr. Speaker, these organizations are frauded. Actually, they need to be removed from first category of institution to a third category, downgraded. And something they need to be taken seriously. Kenya Institute of Policy. The Kenya Institute of Policy is the one in charge of making policies and advising the government in this country. Now they cannot operate. They can't advise who is supposed to own the land. I mean, something is serious here. Now we can't have the government fighting itself. We can't have a very serious institution charged with the policy and research, the one that is recommending how we need to operate, being denied accessibility of our land where they need to put up their headquarters. What are we talking about? Something is seriously wrong. Why can't we have somebody who is denied them entry arrested? Yes. They need to be arrested or called upon. If we have the end of public service, what is his responsibility if he can't intervene on something like this? This is why we are saying the government is performing, but there are people charged with the responsibilities and they are not taking their responsibility very seriously. Mr. Speaker, I think time has come as we forge ahead to prove the government is working, the people bringing this government down.
Yes. Honorable Indikiri,
what we are saying, the government is doing whatever it can.
Honorable, I have not made a decision on your request. You will have 2 minutes. Yeah, because you are making very critical contributions.
Mr. Speaker, we are blaming the government for A, B, C, D, but it is not William Ruto. It is not the deputy president. It is specific people that they have given responsibility who are letting him down. Every day we are talking about NSSF, encouraging people to save. But now we are contributing more, so we are not very sure what this organization is doing. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that some of these are committed economic crimes, particularly the CEOs, have committed economic crimes. And someone cannot, they should save their face. If they can't manage, let them exit. They are letting the government down. And we should call them openly in the broad daylight. We can't encourage people to save, and then somebody else is misusing. We can't account for money, and they are rendering effective services. Our children are suffering, they are not feeling it. Our money in the circles, we are not very sure. No. We in government, we are saying, these are some people that we really need to be in the gallows, in the morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Joshua Kimilu is now recognized to make his contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want, Mr. Speaker, to thank the chairman, my chairman, and the members, Mr. Speaker, because I'm a member of this committee, for tireless work they did, Mr. Speaker, to come up with this report. Mr. Speaker, if I remember when we were starting this committee with some of my colleagues like Kina Wanyonyi, by then, Wanyonyi was as brown as Honorable Kajeri there, but you can see he's turning black because of the heavy work we have been doing to make sure that we give the Kenyans the best, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we are in the committee, in fact, we are always very serious to make sure that we are getting everything right, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the good work we have seen here is because of the devotion and
the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, what is out of order?
Is my colleague in order to call me to tell me that I'm actually turning dark because of working in that committee? Is he in order? Can he explain how I'm getting dark? I was brown and now I'm getting dark. Can he explain? Yeah? Yeah? Please. It's a bit embarrassing because I'm black. I'm an African.
The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, you know, in law, we have a doctrine called res ipsa loquita. The Honorable Njeri Maina will tell you what it means. But the last time I remembered, we were told it means the facts speak for themselves. The Honorable Joshua Kimilu has said, you're black. And from this chair, I'm not seeing you in terms of complexion to be contrary to that. So unless there is some falsehood, I will not require Honorable Joshua Kimilu to substantiate the obvious here. Honorable Kimilu, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm Wanyonyi is black so that he can be satisfied, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that on the report, Mr. Speaker, we have highlighted some recommendation and Mr. Speaker, if you see an organization like Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious institution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember some years back when I joined this parliament, I had a case in my constituency whereby a child was defiled by the father several years, Mr. Speaker. And that case was taken up by the Child Welfare Society of Kenya. They intervened. And they did a good work. And now the girl is in high school doing a very good job, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, some of these institutions need to be protected and need to be given attention, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we found that some of these institutions like Child Welfare Society of Kenya had some title deeds, lands with a title deed for several years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it looks funny, because we have the government, we have the means, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is something which needs to be done even within a period of 7 days. And I know it is possible, Mr. Speaker, because we have a running government, Mr. Speaker. So we need, Mr. Speaker, in our recommendation, we need the Minister of Land to run with speed, do a good job, and make sure that they give these land title deeds, because it's their right, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we found that some people are taking advantage of this, and they grab the land. We have so many grabblers in this country, Mr. Speaker. And you get some of this land in some of these institutions, Mr. Speaker, is whereby you get people are posing themselves as grabbers. And they are part of, some of them are the members, and they are the staffs of the institutions. And because, Mr. Speaker, some of these reports are not brought it out daylight like today, Mr. Speaker, what we have done in our committee, Mr. Speaker, people are taking advantage. And, Madam Speaker, I want the Committee of Implementation and on our recommendation, what we have recommended to be taken serious. And once it will be implemented, Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, you will see change in this country, Mr. Speaker, from my committee recommendation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a organization like Circle Society of Kenya, whereby they have operated 2 good years, Mr. Speaker, and some of these issues are administration, because, Mr. Speaker, it looks funny when an organization can go, a board can go for 2 good years without a chairman, Mr. Speaker. Some of these labs is what we wanted as a committee to make sure that we seal. Because, Mr. Speaker, this country needs people to work hard and to make sure that we seal all the loopholes. Because once we seal the loopholes of this country, Mr. Speaker, we'll also save the money for Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Because when the board ran without chairman and without a complete committee, Mr. Speaker, there are some messy things can be done on the process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to quote like an organization like NSSF. The NSF is an organization which takes care of monies for our retirees, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we recommended further investigation to be done, because like for the issue of 100 million, that is something which needs to be taken on serious, with a serious institution to make sure that it is well investigated, because the truth has to be told, Mr. Speaker. This is an organization taking care of our elderly people. People are investing their money there, and we don't want to get cases whereby we are losing money from our organization, whereby we don't know how it get lost and how it was spent. Those are the issues, because, Mr. Speaker, the problem with our country is corruption, as my colleague was saying. So, Mr. Speaker, we recommended this because we want to clean up our institution, Mr. Speaker. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, because some of these things happen and it takes long. It takes many years before the truth come out, Mr. Speaker. And we wanted as a committee, Mr. Speaker, we want the action to be taken immediately, or as we have given on our report, Mr. Speaker, where we are given 6 months. We want within the 6 months action to be taken. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, the problem we face is once some of the staffs of this organization, they do these messes. And before it comes out, some of them are retired, others have died, others have moved on the other organization. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a time whereby we want to make sure we get it right, because this will help Kenyans and save Kenyans' resources. Mr. Speaker, organization like Communication Authority of Kenya, it carries very sensitive information for this country, Mr. Speaker. And when we are getting loopholes and openings on this institution, Mr. Speaker, we are risking the information, important information for this country. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why we say that some of these organizations need to be well investigated, because we want to get everything out and to make sure that if our report is well implemented, I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, it will be an example to other reports in this House. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to thank the members of my committee, led by the chairman, and also the secretariat for the unity we had when we are writing this report. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform you that we spent almost 3 days writing this report because we wanted to give the best. And I want to say that our committee has done a good job. That's why, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when I'm here, I want to say that I support the report and I want the other committees to follow suit, giving Kenyans the truth, giving a good report, and giving a timely report so that we can help our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Member, and there's no Madam Speaker around. The immediate former sitting Speaker was Kaluma, and now Mboko Milemba, so there's no anywhere Madam Speaker. Now let's progress. The Honorable Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also a member of this committee, and on the onset, I want to congratulate our chair for ably representing and presenting the report, the committee report on various state corporations and agencies. As we know, Mr. Speaker, that Kenya's government has numerous state agencies created by law that play various roles in service delivery, regulation, and development as the end authority that touches the road from the executive to serve the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, one such I want to cite two because members have exhaustively contributed to the NSSF. I want to draw your attention, Chair, and that of the House, to the Child Welfare Society. One, children are our heritage. The attention we pay to this particular institution will demonstrate how we, as parents and as leaders and as a country, care about the future of this country. Our children need our protection. They need an organization which is clearly defined by law. When we were interacting with the reports concerning the child welfare, we discovered, Mr. Speaker, and I think further on, there is need to relook at the status in terms of its definition and position in law. At one time, it is declared as a trust with very strong legal backing that it can never be tampered by anyone, cannot be changed. And when you look at it closely, it looks like a private entity. At one time, Mr. Speaker, it was made to be a corporation. At one time, that status has been repealed. There is something wrong with the status of this particular entity. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the House that in our observation, we discovered that amongst others, that state agencies, there is a laxity in terms of availing land which hosts development. Some of these institutions are served and they enjoy donor funding. And one of the conditions, Mr. Speaker, is that that particular entity must be having land owned and registered under its name. I wish to remind the House, because we know about it, that the Constitution of Kenya, and I'm coming back to the importance of our children. In Article 53, Mr. Speaker, read together with the Children's Act, what they call the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which is another important instrument. It is important as we debate on this report, we pay attention to some details that children must enjoy our protection as a nation and as families, that they are entitled to that, to be protected from abuse, from neglect, harmful cultural practices, all forms of violence, inhumane treatment and punishment, and as such as exploitative labor. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage that as we read this report to this House, there are two important things that we would like the members of this House and the nation to mind. Number one is funding. I do not understand, Mr. Speaker, why the fiscal planning of this country, those who are manning it, and especially the Ministry of National Treasury, would consider that giving a better budget to our children is a burden to our economy. This is an institution that requires a priority because it is about our future, Mr. Speaker. It is about the inheritance of this country. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is the recent merger of some entities. The reason given by the task force was that some of these entities were almost like a liability to the country. And they have included child welfare, that it's going to be merged with others. And they included some institutions that protects our children, like Kenya Film Classification Board. This is a regulator that regulates content, Mr. Speaker, that makes sure that what we watch in our houses are regulated and that our children are protected from harmful films. Now, recommendation that is before this House, which has come to us, is that these institutions should be dissolved and that the act protecting it should be repealed and the functions to be transferred as a department somewhere in a little corner in one of the ministries. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of our children, we must value institutions that takes care of our children. Britain has it, they have enhanced it. South Africa has it, they have enhanced it. Canada has it, America has it, India has it, and several other countries, including Australia, Mr. Speaker. So as it comes to the House for a discussion, in the interest of our children, let us not only protect institutions, but finance them and enhance their capacity in protecting our children. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the report.
Very well. The Honorable Eric Muchangi, before we listen to veteran Adan Kenyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, allow me to support this report by the Honorable Wangwe and the very good job done by his committee. And Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I have observed in this report is that so many times the committee observed that there was a violation of the Public Finance Management Act, of the Public Audit Act, the Income Tax Act, by the accounting officers. And Honorable Speaker, I think it is important that we do not leave it at us observing that they have violated these provisions of the law, because their continued violation of the provisions of these laws is that we continue losing resources as a country. And I believe that this country has a lot of resources with it, and especially the ones that people contribute in terms of taxes. And if this money is not wasted, there is so much that we can do as a country using these resources. So I believe that the EACC, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, should move with speed. Now that they have been granted more powers, prosecutorial powers, they should move with speed and ensure that there is compliance with the provisions of these laws and many others, so that we do not continue having our resources wasted or stolen. Honorable Speaker, we also must look into the issue of more funds for the Auditor General Office, because we believe that if this office is more or adequately resourced, then it is possible for them to help us get to understand how our resources are being utilized at the parastatals and many other entities where public resources are being expensed. Honorable Speaker, I want to stop there and support this report.
I really was keen when one of the earlier speakers did speak on one of the entities almost looking like a private institution. I remember you have been the chair of Labour, and when you interacted with that institution of child welfare, at one time it looks like private. So, Chair, deal with that matter more seriously. Let's hear the Honorable Adan Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, allow me to congratulate the committee for bringing this great report. Having chaired this committee once, this giant former committee called PIC, and having gone through this report, I now realize why it was important actually to split the committee into a number of sector-based committees, Mr. Speaker. Because when I see the Kenya, the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, it never dawned on us actually when I was the chair for 5 years actually to go through the accounts. But Mr. Speaker, having said this, there are a number of things that we need to look at. We have invoked the Public Finance Management Act, we have invoked the Public Audit Act, we have invoked the State Corporations Act, we have invoked the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. I think there's a change. It has a new name. We have also invoked the National Assembly Standing Orders Act and the National Assembly Powers and Privilege Act, which was my bill. And we have also invoked the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, what comes to our mind is the relevance of Parliament as true representative of the people. And two, the reason why the framers of the current Constitution allowed the Office of the Auditor General to be a complete independent office. Mr. Speaker, if we combine the roles of these two entities, constitutional entities, Parliament as the true representative of the people, and the Office of the Auditor General, then we'll be in a position, Mr. Speaker, to look at critically the financial performance of some of these entities, compliance with the financial management and regulation system, and generally their governance structure and their operational efficiency. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? I'm sure you are aware, NSF has been in existence for many years. And I'm told, you are a veteran trade unionist. Mr. Speaker, the NSF of yesteryears and the NSF of today is completely different. And I want to commend the government, the president in particular, for taking bold steps. Mr. Speaker, I'm told right now, the NSF of yesteryears used to be a cash cow. The NSF of yesteryears used to be a mechanism for the politically correct. It used to be a heaven of land grabbers. It used to be the epicenter of corruption. And Mr. Speaker, to the extent that the retirees used to wonder whether they will get their pension, whether they will get their benefits. I'm told today, Mr. Speaker, the NSF of today collects a whooping over 6, 7, 8 billion monthly from less than 1.2 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, countries that have joined the League of Developed Nations, like Malaysia, Mr. Speaker, even our neighbor Tanzania here, borrow from their social security fund, Mr. Speaker, to manage critical national infrastructure projects, Mr. Speaker. If you go to Malaysia, you will see that the Malaysian Social Security Fund actually is like a quasi-government. It's a government, in way, it's a government actually in the field. Our brothers in Tanzania have done the same. Isn't it the time, Mr. Speaker, that we do the same and use the resources of NSF, if properly managed, to undertake critical national infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, that will reduce the cost of our external debt, Mr. Speaker, that will reduce the depletion of our foreign exchange, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's why I want to commend the chair and team and urge them to critically further look into the financial management of NSF so that we have a reformed, efficiently managed NSF, Mr. Speaker, and that's what this country needs. That's what the current generation needs. That's what the next generation needs. That is what we needed yesterday, but it didn't happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is the NSF that I'm looking forward to see, and I want to commend the management of NSF, led by Mr. Koros and team, for this bold and decisive step. This is not the end. We want them to move further and ensure that NSF becomes the best quasi-government agency, not only in Kenya, but the entire East Africa, and they have the capacity. Mr. Speaker, if you look at also this report, another critical agency that has been mentioned is the Communication Authority. We are in the era of social media dominance. Mr. Speaker, we are in the era of artificial intelligence. We are in the era of lobbyism. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge, and I know this is a latter-day entity in our governance platform, I want to urge the Communication Authority to up its games and ensure that every Kenyan abides by the law so that there is fairness in dissemination of information. There is fairness, Mr. Speaker, in criticism. There is also fairness on how some of these activities actually are carried out. That doesn't mean that they shall apply draconian rules. No. Allow the right to freedom, allow people to apply their social media space, but that must also be done with civility. It must also be done with adherence to the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, that's why I want to thank the chair and team for also looking into the account of the Communication Authority, Mr. Speaker. The other one, Mr. Speaker, is Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis. Mr. Speaker, any country that does not invest in research, any country that does not invest in public policy, Mr. Speaker, in analysis, is a country that is hell-bent on not developing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the framers, why this institution, the Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, those of us who have gone to school, Mr. Speaker, you understand the eminence, the preponderance of research. Research is the basis, not only for academic excellence, Mr. Speaker, but for technological innovation, Mr. Speaker, business opportunities, economic expansion, Mr. Speaker, and literally getting the right information. And this is why this institution, Mr. Speaker, is not only for the professors, it's not only for the academic giants, Mr. Speaker. This institute is supposed to provide the bulwark of research, some of the finest research. That's why Kenya must benefit from the research generated and disseminated by these key agencies, Mr. Speaker, so that we can move to the next stage and join the league of the highly sophisticated, the highly technologically oriented nation, Mr. Speaker, that you see in the whole world. And this is where Kenya is supposed to be. Mr. Speaker, the other bit is the issue of the Child Welfare Society. As I said earlier, it's critical because we have not done this. And this is something that we need to look at so that this society remains alive to its core mandate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other one is the issue of the SACCO society's regulatory authority, Mr. Speaker. We have so many SACCOs in this country, Mr. Speaker. They need to be regulated. You are a product of that entity, Mr. Speaker. That regulation cannot come unless we have an effective, efficient, Mr. Speaker, highly managed SACCO society's regulatory authority. I'm told there was a reliance in the management, in the performance, or in the appointment of the chair, and I think this is something that that should not have happened, Mr. Speaker. And now that it has happened, we need to address it. Mr. Speaker, looking at the report, there are a number of issues that come to the fore, Mr. Speaker. One is this need to uphold public accountability. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, the framers of the current constitution equated the members of parliament to sovereignty. Sovereignty, Mr. Speaker, is something so critical in the making of any nation, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, that oversight, parliamentary oversight role, which has been clearly applied by the committee, Mr. Speaker, is something that provides the continuation and performance of the role of the Member of Parliament. Now, I want to thank the committee members for taking time in analyzing this and bringing this together, Mr. Speaker. The other one, Mr. Speaker, we are a country that believes in the rule of law, and therefore we must be ready to catalyze, Mr. Speaker, our governance and financial reforms. This is something that in the past there was no clear framework. And therefore, as the committee delves into this, and taking into account this being the fourth report since this committee was formed, it is only fair that we need to look at some of the inefficiencies that require institutional structure, Mr. Speaker, that require a stronger audit committee, Mr. Speaker, and tighter risk management. And this is why this committee, led by my former APO whip, Mr. Speaker, is up to the task. Mr. Speaker, we need also to restore public confidence. Mr. Speaker, you have seen in the recent past, public confidence has been waning, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, part of the activities of this committee, Mr. Speaker, is to look at critically the role of these committees, Mr. Speaker, and bring back public confidence. Because we are there. Perception is a very important thing, Mr. Speaker. Kenyans must have faith in their institution. And this is why this report is timely, because it will bring back public confidence. And I want to thank the chair and the committee members for taking time, Mr. Speaker, to bring back public trust and transparency in some of these, how some of these organizations are being managed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other one is shaping the budget and policy decisions, Mr. Speaker. It's a critical component.
Add him 1 minute. 2.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are certain challenges that we need to look at. Legislatively, Mr. Speaker, through regulatory network, Mr. Speaker, what is it? We are using still outdated audit timelines, Mr. Speaker. This must be addressed so that Kenyans also benefit from some of the best modern-day financial management system, Mr. Speaker. The other one is recurring irregularities, Mr. Speaker, across institutions. This thing must be addressed. You are seeing unsupported expenditures, unreconciled bank accounts, violation of procurement regulations. And Mr. Speaker, this must come to an end. And that's why we have a well-funded, independent audit office. And I want to urge the management of some of these institutions to make sure that they qualify for clean audit account. And that boosts the credibility of that institution, Mr. Speaker. The other one is, Mr. Speaker, poor implementation of our past recommendation. Mr. Speaker, you are in Parliament. We deliberately formed a committee called Implementation Committee. We need to see the activities, the work of this committee all over. Because it's only fair that this committee brings a report and there has to be somebody else out there to check the implementation of parliamentary recommendation, Mr. Speaker. And that's one thing that I think they have done it, but I think we need to see more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other bit is limited institutional coverage, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the report reviews only a subset of state cooperation, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, there are a number of other issues that we need to look at. Mr. Speaker, the other one is, are the Kenyan public aware of their critical role, Mr. Speaker, in public engagement? Because they need to understand. They need to be part of the audit. They need to be informed so that these institutions are not managed in a very opaque manner. These institutions must be open to public scrutiny. These institutions must allow every Kenyan as a stakeholder to understand how they work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, times are changing. The Kenyan society right now, there's a lot of unemployment. You have seen it. There's the Gen Z effect. There are a lot of unemployment, Mr. Speaker. These realities can only be addressed if all of us remain alive to the expectation of the Kenyan public, Mr. Speaker. That is why I want to commend the committee and urge the management of these institutions, Mr. Speaker, to go back to the drawing board and provide avenues that will enable the Kenyan youth to get opportunities to expand their talents, to get opportunities to get into business, Mr. Speaker, to get opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to expand and grow professionally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, it is one thing to bring a report. It's also another thing to live by that report. Mr. Speaker, we as the representative of the people, in particular as members of the 13th Parliament, we are representing the people at a time when there are serious global phenomena, Mr. Speaker. The Middle East war, the crisis in America, Mr. Speaker, our own regional challenges, and there Kenya being the heaven, not only of the East Africa community, Mr. Speaker, not only south of Sahara, but the entire continent must provide leadership, not only at the political level, at the economic level. This cannot be achieved if our institutions are not managed to the best of the expectation of the Kenyan public. That's why we have many communities, many people from outside the world who come to Kenya for benchmarking. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee. I want to thank the entire House. This report is good. I support it. Chairman, as you go back, please make sure you bring annual audit reports for the House to consider. I support, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, veteran legislator Aden Keinan, and I think at one time was the chair of that particular committee. The new members who walked in, I cannot see any more interest in this, and there being no further interest in this particular one, I want to ask the mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank my colleagues for having gone through the report by my committee, having given their input, and I want as well, Honorable Speaker, to thank my senior, the Honorable Aden Keinan, for having looked at issues critically. Having been my predecessor ahead of me, he knows the volume of work that my committee undertook so as to produce this report on the floor. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to mention just one thing that he really touched on, the issue of NSSF. NSSF, Honorable Speaker, this report is looking at NSSF 2016-17, 17-18, and 18-19. That time, Honorable Speaker. When you look at the current report, Honorable Speaker, in 2 weeks, which you are going to file, the 7th report, which is under quality control right now, it's really a good report, a report that the House will look at and see the transformation of NSF as it is today. It's covering 2 years, 2021-22 and 2022-23, Honorable Speaker. That means what the Honorable Aden is mentioning is really envisaged in that report, and is a good thing. Being an elder and having seen what happened elsewhere is worthy noting that Honorable Keinan has put it very straight on. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues who contributed, and as well, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for taking your time to go through and sit and watch and listen keenly on what we have been able to produce in the committee and now in the plenary. I beg to reply.
Thank you, honorable members. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, consideration of report on the estimation of financial statements for the National Humanitarian Fund.
Honorable members, the chairperson of the Special Funds Accounts Committee had sought to recuse herself because she's on another important government function and parliamentary function, and therefore this particular one should be deferred to the next order paper and next sitting. Next order.
Order number 16, the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023. Second reading.
The Honorable Umher Harun, MP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Sign Language Bill number 9 of 2023 is a bill that is co-sponsored by myself and Senator Crystal Asige. This is because there are so many challenges with regards to the deaf community, and especially Kenya Sign Language in itself as a language. breaking down a bit of what this particular bill entails, in the Kenyan Constitution, we recognize 3 official languages. That is English as a language, Swahili as a language, and sign language. If you look at the curriculum and what our children are taught from the foundation level, sign language mostly becomes an optional language. This particular bill has a component that advocates for sign language to be taught officially in our schools so that young people, as they grow up and go through different levels of their education, they're able to communicate with the deaf community. Because deaf people and the deaf community use interpretation as their main form of communication. Kenya is one of the most progressive countries with a constitution that recognizes sign language as an official language. South Africa as a country came in second to follow our suit. So it's very encouraging, and we must be able to look into this to be able to support the deaf community further. This bill also talks about early assessment, where children who are deaf are able to be assessed at an early stage. Most countries that are developed or have particular focus for the deaf community and the deaf children do early assessment and early testing for children immediately they are born. If you look at our hospitals, when young children are born, they're able to get vaccinations like the BCG, but such tests like testing if the child is deaf or the child is blind becomes a challenge. Most of these issues are able to be treated at an early stage. So the bill is also advocating to provide that component so that we're able to support this community. We have 2.5 million Kenyans, according to the data from World Health Organization. At any given time, there are 2.5 million deaf people in our country. So this bill is very crucial so that we are able to support them. And on a larger topic also on human rights issues, and Kenya is very big on such matters. The bill also proposes to have a council. This particular issue will come in as an amendment because I sponsored this bill in the National Assembly, and the similar one had also come from the Senate. So this will also come in at amendment stage. I'll be able to propose the addition of a Kenya Sign Language Council. The arguments of this bill is to not look at sign language and the Kenya Sign Language Bill as a disability issue, but as a language issue, just as the Constitution recognizes. So there's a need for us to have the Kenya Sign Language Council. We have interpreters who go to school for 2 weeks and get certificates to become interpreters. We also have people who are going to universities up to 4 years to be able to learn sign language. All of them end up with a certificate that allows them to practice. But this needs to be regulated. Some time back, there was a funeral activity that was happening in South Africa, and the interpreter on national television was misguiding everybody on national TV. That's because there was no regulation. This bill is suggesting and proposing to have the Kenya Sign Language Council, which will be able to regulate interpreters across the country, and we are able to then support deaf people so that they get interpreters in all levels. If you look at our education, Mr. Speaker, we've gone to school with the deaf children at primary level. We've gone to school with the deaf children at secondary level. But in our public universities, like University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, most deaf children are not able to transition to tertiary levels and university levels. Most of them end up doing colleges, and they drop out. So this bill will be able to also curb the transition rates and support the transition rates of the deaf children, because most of them end up going to Kise, doing short courses, and the education ends there. We rarely see medical doctors who are deaf. We rarely see teachers who are deaf, not because they are disabled, they're able differently. This bill proposes that each student, each university have interpreters, each hospital have interpreters, police stations have interpreters. When a deaf person, for example, with the rising cases of GBV, goes to report to the police stations, nobody can communicate with them. This bill is providing the creation of the council so that it can regulate interpreters. Then we are able to deploy interpreters across every public institution. The bill also proposes to have telco providers to be able to support the deaf community. Telco providers like Safaricom and Airtel have different kinds of promotions, but they forget to include the deaf people who use video conferencing as their main mode of communication, which proves to be very expensive for them because of the data bundles they spend each and every time. The bill will be able to challenge telco providers to have inclusive programs and support that will directly support the deaf community. Mr. Speaker, I'm very passionate about this bill because I drafted it myself alongside the Kenya National Association of the Deaf way before I even joined this House as a member of Parliament. I was able to send several petitions through the Deaf Association before I became a member of Parliament to be able to pick up this bill. But we are very grateful today because I have the opportunity to stand here and sponsor this bill proudly. And I ask this particular House to support this bill because we have deaf people in all constituencies across the country. At any given time, we have over 300,000 and 400,000 learners who are deaf in our country. A lot of deaf parents are very concerned and are not able to send their children outside their constituencies. This bill also proposes that we be able to have deaf schools and institutions at county level so that we are able to eliminate all barriers that are limiting deaf people and the deaf and the blind in our society. Mr. Speaker, I saw a documentary recently that was released by BBC with regards to sexual and gender-based violences that are perpetrated on young children. I often think what happens to the deaf children who also suffer in such hands, and such data and all kinds of information that are provided rarely capture the deaf community, and they live amongst us. This bill will be able to provide accurate data research to be able to be done so that we are able to ensure that we support the deaf community in all platforms. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank KISE for the good work that they've been doing, especially because they've stood with the deaf community. We often forget that these people live amongst us. We are their parents, we are their siblings, we live with them, but we rarely see them in all our social spaces. The county government and the devolution issues have tried to bridge the gap, but we are not yet there. Most deaf children and deaf students only transition to the level of colleges and they end up doing ECD courses. Employment is still not very equal. But we recognize that we have commissioners like Commissioner Sati, who is one of the commissioners we have in our country. We also have a professor in University of Nairobi, and they were able to support in the drafting of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to move and request that Honorable Eric seconds this particular bill.
Honorable Eric Muchangi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I wish to start by thanking the Honorable Umi and also the Honorable Asige for this very progressive bill, and congratulate Honorable Umi. She's one of the youngest members of Parliament, and getting to a point of even sponsoring a bill, young as she is not a mean achievement. So I would wish to, Honorable Speaker, congratulate her and urge her to continue coming up with such similar bills for posterity. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Sign Language Bill is a very important bill because this is a bill that is going to ensure that the 2.5 or thereabout people in this country are not left behind in the growth and development of this country. The Constitution of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, recognizes the Kenya Sign Language, and specifically the Article 7(3)(b) pays a lot of emphasis on the Kenya Sign Language. And Honorable Speaker, it would be very important to have the Kenya Sign Language taught in all of our schools. This is because when we have a community of about 2.5 million Kenyans who use this sign language, and we do not have a standard curriculum, or rather a standard way of ensuring that this is taught in schools, it means that we disadvantage so many of them, and not just in schools, but how about hospitals? How about when they get ill, they fall ill? It means that they have challenges accessing medical services, and not only accessing medical services, but also their growth is limited in the spaces of, for example, healthcare and many other opportunities that they are supposed to benefit from. Honorable Speaker, this bill proposes to have a Kenya Sign Language Council, and I believe this will be very important, that will ensure regulation in the space of Kenya Sign Language. There is a lot of, I would say there is limited public awareness and understanding of Kenya Sign Language. And I believe this bill, Honorable Speaker, will ensure that the Kenyan public, the people of Kenya, have a better understanding of the Kenya Sign Language, and the people who need now the support through this legislation. So, having said that, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Great, honorable members. I now propose the question that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, be now read a second time. First to have a bite is the Honorable Timothy Toroitich, MP Marakwet, who must have walked in specifically to speak on this one. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very, very important bill. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I wish to congratulate Honorable Humi Harun for co-sponsoring this bill, which is a very important bill towards implementing our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, therefore, I support the letter, the intent, and the spirit of this bill. Honorable Speaker, Kenya has a very progressive constitution, one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. And we celebrate it because it has given us access to certain fundamental rights and freedoms that we enjoy in Kenya as against many countries in Africa and the world. Honorable Speaker, this bill, in essence, seeks to give effect, to breathe life to Article 7(3)(b) of the Constitution, which, for the avoidance of doubt, Honorable Speaker, provides that the state shall mandatory promote the development and use of indigenous languages, Kenyan Sign Language, Braille, and other forms of communication. Honorable Speaker, so this one is anchored in the Constitution. The Kenyan Sign Language is provided for in the Constitution, and therefore, to give it life, to give it meaning, this legislation must be passed so that we are able to assist this section of the population that have been left out for far too long in this country. Honorable Speaker, therefore, if it breathes life the Constitution, then what does it mean? Honorable Speaker, if you check the chapter on the rights and fundamental freedoms, and Article 27, it provides equality and freedom from discrimination. And therefore, this bill addresses that particular issue. Honorable Speaker, the issue of human dignity, and Article 28, the issue of freedom of conscience, belief, and opinion, these people must be heard, and they can only be heard adequately if this bill is passed. Honorable Speaker, Article 33 talks about freedom of expression. This category of people who are not able to express themselves in a normal way or in the manner that we deem ordinary, then are able to actualize that Article 33 on the freedom of expression. Honorable Speaker, Article 35, access to information. Article 36, freedom of association. Article 38, political rights, consumer rights, access to justice. Honorable Speaker, as a legal practitioner, sometimes when an accused person appears before a court of law, when the charges are read out, they are normally asked, what language or what manner do you want to express yourself? Is it in Kiswahili or in English? The court normally has no provision where a person wants to use sign language. But I have read this bill, which provides, Honorable Speaker, under the clause, the whole clause on clause 6 and 7, provides very clearly that a judicial officer under 6.2, a judicial officer in a legal proceedings shall ensure that a competent and recognized interpreter is available to a person entitled to use sign language in our courts. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, and it goes further, under 6.1c, actually 6.1, to say that a person whose first and preferred language is the Kenyan Sign Language is entitled to use the Kenyan Sign Language where a person is, one, a member of a court, number two, is a party or witness in legal proceedings, number three, is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, representing a party in legal proceedings, and number four, is given leave by the judicial officer to use Kenyan Sign Language. So, the Honorable Speaker, if that provision is not complied with fully, then any decision of the court that does not comply with the provisions of this bill, if it is passed, then those proceedings will be null and void ab initio from the beginning. Honorable Speaker, therefore, this is a very, very important piece of legislation if passed by this House. Honorable Speaker, we are not just passing it for the purpose of adopting this legislation. We are breathing life. We are ensuring that individuals who are not able to speak using Kiswahili and English can be able to actualize Article 48 of the Constitution, which provides very clear, Honorable Speaker, that the state shall ensure access to justice for all persons. And to further that, Honorable Speaker, Article 50 of our Constitution talks about fair hearing. So, Honorable Speaker, marrying Article 48 on access to justice and Article 50 on access to justice means, therefore, that when this bill is passed, then those persons who are in need of or who want to use sign language to be able to access justice and get fair hearing in our judicial processes, then those rights, fundamental rights, are guaranteed for by the Constitution. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a good bill. I call upon the honorable members to adopt it. There are a few amendments that we shall be proposing at the Committee of the Whole. But, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second and associate myself with this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You support. It was already seconded. Thank you and well spoken. Let's have the Honorable Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to support this bill from the onset. By appreciating this bill, this August House is facilitating a tool that will enable a communication between the deaf and hearing individuals of our society. This is guaranteed in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it is going to help primarily to break down some barriers that has hindered individuals and some citizens in this country from accessing their rights so provided for by our great Constitution. It will eliminate, Mr. Speaker, what is considered in administration for those who are working on the rights of the underprivileged, the issue of bureaucratic discrimination, where some people have been denied opportunities because those managing certain institution considers these people as cumbersome in terms of their services to their own country. This particular bill will remove this barrier. And the second thing, Mr. Speaker, it is going to protect them against what is considered as a social isolation. It is so silent that we don't notice. But having been a consumer of disability challenges in my years over the last 65 years, when I catched polio, I have seen that if the law cannot speak clearly to certain rights that affects individuals in the country, people loses their rights. The final thing, Mr. Speaker, why I support this bill is because it gives individuals the right to tell their own story. One of the worst things in life is when people are divining you from the way they know you. It is until you tell your story that society will understand you and people will appreciate what you have and what you can contribute in society. Therefore, this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, will facilitate and build a capacity to our learning institutions like schools, workplaces. It will give capacities even in the public service. Mr. Speaker, I was interacting with an individual who could not explain himself in as far as his age, why he was retired earlier than 65 years, which is a policy in government for those people who are abled differently. But because he could not speak up, he could not tell his own story, his rights were trampled on. And I want to support, Mr. Speaker, we are enabling the citizens of this country to stand for themselves. Finally, situations such as this is not limited to a certain people. When we pass this law, Mr. Speaker, we know of people who have lost hearing at later age. They have been vibrant in their lives, and they lost certain capacity to hear. But then all other functionaries of his body is working, and they're still productive. Let us give an environment where everyone, regardless of their hearing ability, can thrive, Mr. Speaker, be productive, can enjoy to live his life in this great country. I appeal, therefore, to our members and this August House, when the time comes to consider this bill, notwithstanding, as my colleague have mentioned, amendment on some parts, contextualizing some areas where it appears generic and not reflecting the realities of where we are, we will look at that. But in general, I'm appealing to this August House to consider this bill. With that, I support, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, MP Navaholo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to first and foremost congratulate the move of the bill, the Honorable Umi, that nomination into this House does not make you any lesser. In any case, it energizes you, and I want to wish her well that her nomination is really adding a lot of value to the group she represents. And Honorable Umi, I wish you well. It's important you speak to what really affects the society. Actually, at your level, it gives you more strain, more energy that you speak to all generations across. Honorable Speaker, on this very good bill, I want to start by saying, is hearing disability? The answer is yes. Is it inability? The answer is no. It makes one to be able to add more strength to himself now that the issue that he has been made differently from you and I should energize him to be him or her to do what is necessary. Honorable Speaker, what is it that the Honorable Member wants to achieve? To safeguard the 2 million plus that have this condition, to make them be part of the society, be part of the good life, be communicable, be able to be communicated to. And Honorable Speaker, what happens whenever we go to a function or whenever you're watching a tele and somebody at the corner is showing some sign language? It really doesn't, it makes you not to understand what is this person trying to put across. But had it been put into the Constitution early enough or into the statutes, we would even understand that this is what he's talking about. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, we now invite this 2 million plus population into the mass, the 47 plus that belongs to Kenyan population. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a noble issue. Looking at Article 43 of the Constitution, the right to education is not allowing any exemption, Honorable Speaker. You are a Kenyan, you are a human being, you are entitled to education. And Honorable Speaker, this is a great move that the Honorable Member has done so that all of us can learn the same thing, can talk to each other. And Honorable Speaker, communication is very key in terms of endearing to reaching out to your immediate person, getting what you want to the third person. And Honorable Speaker, using our CDF, we have been able to establish some schools, whom we have been calling special schools. Yourself being a teacher, Honorable Speaker, prior to being a member of Parliament, you understand the need of special schools. And immediately you build special schools, Honorable Speaker, you see very many of the population coming from nowhere. You can think that you don't have a need in your constituency, Honorable Speaker, but immediately you set up one special school, the following day, you'll see the school is full. And you wonder, where did this population come from? Therefore, Honorable Member, you've done proud. You've made, it's not for you alone, it's for the entire country, Honorable Speaker. And the moment this bill passes through, the Ministry of Education embraces it, the budgets roll in, we will see that even the population we talk about, the 2.5 million, could be more, that most of them are being hidden at home by parents who would not want to have children reflecting that they have children who have been made differently in such a condition. Therefore, I want to thank the member who has moved the motion, that you've spoken on behalf of the many that are not able to speak, and we want to say we support you and we support this bill and encourage the government. Honorable Speaker, in the 11th Parliament, when we brought the motion on the amendments to the Kenya National Examination Council, it was not easy for the government to adopt it. It's an issue of passing the motion and the government impressing the bill, Honorable Speaker. We wish to ask the government to impress this bill so that immediately it's made into law, budgets should roll and see that we impress the outcome of this bill for the sake of the population that is not visible, that is hidden, that has not been able to access the education in terms of sign language. And now that even those of us who are able to hear, our children, ourselves, should learn the sign language so that we are able also to talk to them and make all of us equal. The way you normally say, Speaker, education makes us equal. No matter where you come from, your background, you are educated, we are all equal. It has no measure to say who is more educated than the other, but we are all equal. Thank you, Honorable Umi, for this wonderful bill. I support.
Very well, honorable members, a great bill, great mover, great seconder, great contributions. There being no further interest in this particular one, I want to ask the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank every member who has contributed on this particular bill. I want to appreciate them on behalf of every deaf member of our society who is watching this bill keenly, because this was a bill that was drafted with the support and the commitment of the Kenya National Association for the Deaf, who have always wanted their voices to be represented in this House. Mr. Speaker, every constituency and every member in this House has representatives from the deaf community, and I want to especially thank the members who have come out strongly to support this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, as I reply on this particular bill, I also want to encourage political parties, especially taking cue from the great ODM party that has nominated me to this House, is one of the few parties that has also recognized deaf people by having the Disability League. These leagues and these wings within major political parties allow deaf people to even have representatives in national assemblies, in our Senate, in our county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, the county assembly that came in the 2022 election were among the first county assemblies to have a deaf representative, and I think that's a county in Kiambu County. And during the swearing in of that member of the county assembly, it was very dramatic because they had never had a member who is deaf. They were quick to look for interpreters, and such is what representation does. We are able to push for change slowly, and Mr. Speaker, I really hope that you and I and Honorable Emmanuel and Honorable Jackson will grow up in a society in the next 10 or 15 years where our children and our grandchildren are able to sign and speak sign language comfortably without needing interpreters. And that's very much the vision of this bill. The same way we are taught English in primary schools, the same way we are taught Swahili in primary schools, we'll also have children who can speak sign language fluently. That way, when they meet with a deaf person in the streets, they don't run away, or they don't look at them with a lot of pity because they are not very much different from us. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply, and I request that we defer the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. So we shall defer the putting of the question to the next sitting. Honorable members who may be up standing. Honorable members, and the time being 7:19 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 7th August 2025 at 2:30 p.m.